Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Animosity Amateur Smite League. And we are back for game number 2 of this finals match in our Jotunheim division between Sometimes On Time and Kappa Corporation. And I got to say, what an absolutely insane game number 1 to set off this set.
Yeah, I think that's what I never knew what people meant by a barn burner until that game just now. I think now I get it. I know what a barn burner is. That's just when the game, it's taking forever. I hope everyone got snacks because the way it looked back and forth for 57 minutes, it's looking like it's gonna be a long set.
Yeah, with a game like that, this set is going to be a long one. And with these bans coming through, we're going to see a Sobek ban coming out of Kappa Corporation, taking away Great Polar Bear's Croc.
Smart. Yeah, getting right into picks and bans. I think taking away the Croc, genius. Nike, I think it's a bit overvalued here, but I'd also like to see the Thoth taken away. I think Geo on the Thoth is sort of a big reason why Kappa was still in that game. Even at the 57-minute mark, some of those final judgments were chef's kiss, man, just really, really tough to deal with. And so I'd like to see that taken off the table as well.
I have to agree with you. Geo on that though with those final judgments was just an absolute menace and really held the line for this team of Kappa Corporation. Now, what I find interesting here is Sometimes On Time going to ban away the Thor that Pugsley played in that game.
Yeah, no, I think I gave Pugsley a bit of a hard time. I don't think he played like super bad. But I would have let Kappa ban that away from you if they like valued it. On the same end, Kappa, they banned the Thoth that I thought should definitely be getting back in Geo's hands if they wanted it to. Perhaps I'm sure Bathwater for Sale has a good Thoth, and sometimes on time because every mid laner should have a good Thoth right now. But I think both interesting bans. I would have liked to see the other person sort of make for them. Definitely an interesting start.
Yeah, Bathwater for Sale having a wide variety of tools in his mid lane bag, Thoth definitely being one of them. And I think that this Cuckoo and Thoth bans out of Kappa Corp makes sense considering the mid pool that Bathwater has and just
Oh,
how strong those gods are, with sometimes on time being first pick. But they are going to take the Odin as the number one pick going into game number 2 here.
you thought Captain Cab was diving hard in game one. Wait till he gets his hands on the Odin. This god has been a menace in the ranked games and in the comp scene. He's so tough to kill. The cage is such nice setup for your team. He does so much damage. He does it, and he has a huge setup in general. This guy just kind of does everything right now, and I think the way Captain Cab played Cullen will sort of transfer over to how he's gonna play out in this game, just nonstop aggression.
Yeah, and the thing that we've been seeing on this Odin is the bobble getting picked up on this god, giving him an opportunity to have 50% cooldown.
Mhm.
That is scary with those cages. But Kappa Corp, not fearing the cage, going to go to the Kappa yet again, gonna pick up the Kuzenbo. And what do you think about this Charybdis, Abe?
Okay, I
Death comes by
my personal opinion, Charybdis might be the worst god in the game. However, however, Kappa Corporation, Yokai specifically, played Charybdis in the semifinal set in both games, and it was a 2-0, and I think he was like 8-1 one game. I think Yokai piloting the Charybdis in this division like has been incredible. So I think it's okay to just choose a god that you're comfortable stomping on. I think it's okay.
Oh,
I think it's okay to pick the
as
Charybdis if you're comfortable, but I personally don't like the pick.
both ADCs are locked in, and there's no Hachi in sight.
No on her
We're going
either.
to see an X-Bolt and a Charybdis. We are not seeing the top 2 ADCs in this lane. What miracle is this?
It's tough. I like picking your comfort picks, so I'm just gonna assume that these are the gods they're comfortable on. Well, I don't fully believe that people aren't comfortable on Hachi as of now, that he's been a top god for, however long I can remember. But I like going to what you're comfortable till, especially in tournament games. You just want to make execution as easy as possible, because that's sort of what ends up winning you games. So I like picking gods like Charybdis. I like, making Leroy play Kuzenbo every game. I love gods like Jorm that are super easy to pilot. I think Kappa has sort of figured out that while Hachi would have been a higher peak, perhaps Yokai plays it a little worse, and then they have a worse game and in turn lose the tournament. So I like just going towards what you're good at.
Yeah, in a league that has been going on for close to 10 weeks at this point, 7 weeks of regular season, and this is the third week of playoffs. To spend that much time in a league and to potentially throw it away would be devastating for these teams, and I do not blame them for going to these picks that they feel safe on, feel comfortable on, and not going out of their comfort zone just because the god is meta. But at the same time, they give such a strong advantage due to just how good they are right now in the game.
Yeah, I think if you end up losing on some of those comfortable picks. While like something like a Hachiman's open, you might be kicking yourself in the foot. As we see a Willix picked, for Thors. Thors had an amazing early game on a god like on Bats, who typically doesn't have the tools to have a crazy early game. So imagine what Thors can do on something like a Willix. I'd like to see him get even more aggressive and sort of open this game up for Kappa Corporation.
Yeah, and I have to say I like this Wheelix pick into Sometimes on Time. Having the monkey that has the hops, having the Odin that is all hops, and having multiple knockups on your team. You have the Kuzenbo Watery Crave, you have the Jormungandr's Submerge, and Charybdis invuln into the knockup on her Whirlpool ability. This is knock up city for the side of Kappa Corporation, and you have two enemies that are going to jump for you. This Wheelix has to feel real good right now.
I think the biggest problem with the Willix when you're into so many jumps and have so many knockups is that you can only ult one time. I think you have a lot of opportunities to, and when you pull the trigger is more important than simply pulling the trigger when it comes to stuff like this. If you pull an Odin, maybe he cages your entire team and you lose the fight for your team. If you pull the wrong target off of a 3-man submerge, I think you'd really put yourself in a lot of danger. So the way Thors pilots this is going to be really, it's going to be like the deciding factor of the game.
And Sometimes on Time drafting their final picks is a Ares and a Vulcan. All I see is circles on circles on circles to set up this Vulcan. This team, CC, is absolutely absurd.
We saw a lot of, let's say, hesitation and sort of nerves in game one. What Sometimes on Time have done for themselves in game two, it has made this game be played as easy as possible by picking like low execution, easy to play gods. I think the hardest god, on this roster is probably Ares. Maybe hitting a couple chains in a row can be tough, especially when someone's juking, but it's really not about that. It's about that, that no escape hitting multiple enemies is incredibly easy, especially when paired with the relic like Blink. I think Sometimes in Time have really, done themselves a huge favor, because while Kappa's going to have to try to really execute on this Wheelish, Sometimes in Time don't have to worry about execution at all.
Yeah, that's one thing that is definitely true. All they have to do is be able to place those ultimates and they're going to have a good time. While Kappa Corp is really going to have to synergize amongst themselves in this team comp they have drafted. We've talked about everyone else, but this Discordia at the tail end, but they don't really have bursts to secure any objectives over this Vulcan. If it comes down to the coin toss for any major objective, this Vulcan is going to be able to take it away or secure it out. And it's going to be hard for Kappa Corporation if they cannot find these kills.
Secure is definitely going to be a big problem for Kappa. And I think that's going to be tough for them to adapt to, because last game, Geo was on the thought. They weren't worried about securing objectives at all. They knew that, Geo had that, on lock, and it was sort of Sometimes on Time that was worried about Geo confirming their objectives as well. So I think I'd like to see more. Sometimes I like to see Sometimes on Time pull the trigger a little more, on these objectives with, the enemy steal potential being like golden apple. I don't think there's a lot of steal potential on Kappa, but their fight potential is so huge, especially if a submerge comes out of nowhere into, a Willix pull. Really, you'll be having yourselves a bad time. So I like both comps. It's going to come down to who's going to execute their game plan. Sometimes on Time have a big, objective-based, team fight-based comp. Kappa has this really, really good, strong pick comp that does really well at all stages of the game. So it's going to be an interesting one to see.
Yeah, and with that though, picks and bans are done. The teams are locked. Let's flip our way over into this game number 2. And I gotta say, I am so excited for this match after game number one. And one thing that does have to be noted is Captain Cap isn't in the solo lane like he was in game number one, as he was an emergency sub for sometimes on
Mm.
time. And TFCSX is here to hold his rightful place on the team and is in the solo lane on the Odin.
Yeah, and that's interesting. I thought Captain Cap had a really good game one, so if he's not on a team, I'd like to see him, you know, maybe next season on a team and not like an emergency sub. I like to see how TFCX or sorry TFCSX pilots his Odin. Into the Jorm can be a pretty difficult matchup. This Conduit just doing so much damage, as well as he'll probably have the Discordia passive as well. So he has to really not overextend in these waves, which, you know, Odins tend to bird bomb the waves. And on top of all that, you got Thors who could be lurking in the jungle to kind of pull you at any time. So I think while Odin is an incredibly good pick, I think there's a lot of dangers in the early stages of the game he has to worry about.
Yeah, I find it interesting to see that TSC is going for this idea of not going for the full bird bomb combo for these level 1 and level 2 waves, and actually went for his other ability instead. Yeah, it hits the entire wave, but it doesn't have the normal peak damage that you really expect to see from a Odin clearing the wave. And we see an early rotation. Thors is here. And knock up on the Great Polar Bear. He's going to fall to half. Good autos out of Wolven. Going to be enough to fend off the Wolves, as they're going to be able to get out and get to safety here.
I'm still stuck on what Odin's third ability is called. It used to be called Gungir's Might. Did they change it?
It's
I don't know.
still Gungir's Might.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, nice. Okay, I was like, what is it called? Okay, no, but no, I
But
think
Great Polar Bear is in trouble though. Wheelix is back, and Yokai going to find the kill with the Charybdis Whirlpool. A first blood going the way of Kappa Corporation here.
and this is what I was talking about with Comfort. You know, Charybdis, not the greatest god in the game, but Yokai loves playing Charybdis with this mannequin's first item and just being super high pressure and super high early kill potential, you know, in this duo lane. And especially if Thors is gonna, you know, show face and lock people down with this feather step, you know, early Willix combos. Yokai should be landing these kills, and he's doing a fantastic job. And if this continues, Kappa Corporation can create a scenario where sometimes on time is never, you know, in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things where if they can get this Charybdis online and active early, they can really just bully this Xbalanque early. And TFC is going to go down here. A beautiful rotation onto his blue buff. Fear No Evil is here. Low Shack taking a lot of damage. Doesn't have the mana to ultimate, but he is waiting for it and is going to get it. That blue buff just being enough to get him the mana he needed, and is going to be able to get out of there.
That was actually pretty scary. If Loshak were to use the World Weaver or World Serpent, sorry, to knock up Hun Bats, Thors could have actually pulled him, and that could have been a return kill onto the low mana Pugsy there. But even regardless, they kill Odin, they get the blue buff. You know, what an incredible start again for Thors to continue his pressure on the map. We've seen huge map presence so far. I'd like to see Pugsley use that Fear No Evil around his teammates more if he's going to mitigate this at all, because the solo Fear No Evil kind of you know just did nothing there.
Yeah, just a little bit late on that rotation, not able to secure the Odin's blue buff or save his life. Tried so hard to get that return kill on Loshak, but the difference was him being able to pick up that blue buff, as it was just so close to finding that kill, man.
Yeah, he was. I think with the World Serpent, you almost never get the kill there, but I think you have to try if you're Hun Bats there. And you see Loshak just continuing the dominance here in the solo lane. Already has full breastplate, already has conduit.
Wheelix is back, is going on to Great Polar Bear. Not going to be able to get the knock up with Wolven's back turn to her. And Loshak doing a lot of damage to TFC. TFC taking a lot of damage from the minions as well. going to go down to a quarter and not going to be able to do anything with the cage there.
Yeah, it was a good try, and I think you do have to try there, especially if you're as behind as TFC is. But I think if you're behind in solo lane, you have to just like get your farm where it matters and stay safe because getting further behind is the bad part. You know what I mean? If you're 2 levels down in solo, consider yourself out of the game until you get those levels back on board.
Yeah, and right now both these teams just trying to get their farm. Right now, Kappa Corporation with a nice 1,000 gold lead and 2 kill lead at the start of this game. A great start for Kappa Corporation, just like we saw in game number 1. Can they affirm this lead and push the advantage, or will sometimes on time be able to bring it back to evenness again like they did in game number 1?
That's one of my favorite things about Jormungandr is that he can solo invade, and then whether he gets it or not, he just world serpents out of there. What's nice is he does also force Hun Batzolt as well. So that Fear No Evil going to be down for the next 90 seconds or so, which is it feels good if you're on the map and Fear No Evil's down. You just feel a little safer on the map, if you're against him. It's just such a powerful ultimate so early into the game.
Wheelix looking for a rotation. There's onto this Ares as he's a bit out of position. Yokai doing a lot of damage as this Kuzumo trying to go around, but they are not going to be fast enough to trap in Grey Polar Bear, as sometimes on time going to be able to grab the Naga and grab this wave. You see a 3-man split on these camps. Not really what you want to see if you're the duo lane, but what you absolutely love to see if you're the jungler.
Yes, yeah. XP that you wouldn't have gotten regardless. Yeah, that's what you love to see on the jungler. But you can see these early ganks already sort of hurting Thors. Obviously he got the 2 kills, fantastic, but we saw Pugsley hit level 8 first, and he'll probably hit level 9 first. As you see him go for the return kill on the...
Not gonna be able to find a kill onto them. Now on the flip side, we're gonna see this Ares get a Wheelix ultimate back in, gonna get pulled in, trying to use a no escape, but it's not gonna be enough. A Wheelix Thor's finding himself another kill.
Oh, I thought she was gonna get hit by
Is
that. But what a golden
Earthshaker
apple.
off the mark. The backfire almost finds the kill. That's 1 HP on Jiho. And he just barely missing the meatball, missing that kill. And Pugsley not gonna risk jumping in. Now he's playing TFC, gonna find a kill onto Loshak with just the skin of his teeth. Everyone losing their life as Thor's going to find a kill onto Pugsley, punish him for invading his camps.
It's so interesting for Pugsley to try and invade after the solo laner goes down. Typically, if you're a jungler and your solo goes down, you want to be on the right side of the map in case the other enemy solo laner overextends with their low HP. So you had to have known Thors was going to be somewhere around there. I think that was a weird time to invade, and I mean, it cost him his life.
Yeah, just a strange timing on that. And now Thor's off to a killing spree, a 3-0-1 start, 100% kill participation thus far for his team. Thor's doing really well to rotate around this map right now.
Yeah, and I said a lot of this game is going to come down to how well Thors plays. I didn't think it'd be, this dependent on how well Thors plays. I mean, he's really been everywhere. I think
Thors might be in trouble. Is going to use the feather step to avoid a meatball. Disco going to throw abilities through the wall, but not going to be able to find the mark. And now going to be able to back off, regroup, and right now, Bad War for Sale doing a lot of damage onto Thors with the meatball, even though I'm fairly certain he has backfire upgrade. A bold Earthshaker trying to steal the camp, not gonna have the timing right, and that camp's going to Kappa Corp, and that's an ultimate down for nothing.
I think that's okay. You're so right about it being a bold ultimate, but I think if Vulcan ultimate really doesn't get a ton of mileage early in the game, where everyone's sort of waiting for it to happen, I think where Volcano gets a lot of mileage is on objectives, of course, and in like big team fights where you're looking for so many different things that the Volcano maybe slips your mind and then boom, you're dead. You know, so I think why not use it to try to steal, you know, some camps or get yourself a little more XP to give you that edge in the early game.
Yeah, but not able to get it there. But
Yeah.
right now, Kappa Corporation off to close to a 2,000 gold difference and a 1,500 XP difference. And now Path War for Sale in trouble is going to go down. Thor's finding himself another kill. No Escape trying to pull Gleroy under the tower, and with the Fear No Evil is going to get under there, and now Gravity Surge gonna pull Bugsley back in. He's going to be deleted. World Serpent is here, able to dive that tower, able to put down the monkey.
Beautiful plays from Kappa Corporation. Everything outside of Gleroy held Watery Grave on the no escape, thinking he was safe, and then used it right before he died. If he just uses his Watery Grave to CC immune the no escape, he was scot free, and Kappa Corporation still get all those kills. So I think that was a bit of a misplay, but shouts out to Thors and Loshak just completely owning on the right side of the map. That's exactly what they picked and drafted. You know what I mean? We knew Thors was going to be a dominant presence because he was a dominant presence on the Hun Bats, a god who typically can't do this early game. And like I said in Picks and Bans, imagine what he could do on a character like a Wheelish, who complements that early aggressive style of play. And 4-0-2, only 11 minutes into the game, showing no signs of stopping. Sometimes on time have to do something about this at Wheelish, and it has to be soon if they're going to stop Thors.
The only downside is right now at the level 12 to 14 mark is when a Wheelix is her strongest.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, she is not to be trifled with. Almost trying to kill onto Bathwater there, going to force the beads and lose her Gravity Surge for it, but almost finding a kill, soloing out the mid laner of Times on Time. And now they're going to fight over this beacon, and Thors is still lurking in the midst, still looking for a way to get onto Bathwater for Sale. And if he does, he will die. As now a Watery Grave going to force everyone off, and the first beacon of the game gonna go the way of the Kappa Corp. And now a no escape pulling Gleroy back in, but there is no follow-up, nothing to really affect that. A no escape that they had plenty of escape once they got pulled.
yeah, kind of. There is an escape. You just walk away after he uses it with no setup. Yeah, that's how you escape it. We figured it out. That's crazy. But yeah, really using it to maybe pull some relics. He does actually pull the relic off of Discordia there, getting the beads, which can come up if sometimes on time decide to try to pull it again. You have Fear No Evil, you have another no escape up before then, so you have ample attempts you can use on Discordia. So not a completely useless ultimate, but it certainly wasn't going to get any kills there.
Yeah. Bugsley looking for something onto Yokai here, as he doesn't have the words. He does not know the monkey is here. Fear No Evil is out, gonna force a bees and into whirlpool form. And that ability is so strong, able to just immune everything out, BCC immune, and just walk away.
Yeah, I think if you're Pugsley, you have to try to bait out that ability before you Fear No Evil, because as soon as the Fear No Evil is done, you just can get in the whirlpool, and unless you have a couple people sort of standing around it, it's typically means they'll get into their tower. So I think if you force out the whirlpool and then Fear No Evil, you could actually really pressure Yokai and make him go down, because he's also having a sleeper really good game already. Level 15.
Bathwater forced the bees and Aegis. It's not going to be enough here, as the Watery Grave gonna find the kill. Now Thor's going to be able to run away, and they're not going to be able to find the kill on Glare. Wait, with the Noah escape, pulling him back in. 1 HP and a dream. Woven needs to find an auto, cannot find it, and that is one slippery Kappa. 1 HP and a dream, and he's going to get out of there.
So low on HP. The thing is, if you're gonna kill Kuzenbo, right now is the time to do it. He has Prophetic and Thebes, and neither are stacked. So he's actually really low on protections compared to
Greedy
someone like Ares.
Pyromancer coming out. A gorgeous Fear No Evil, and Thor's has been shut down. A massive kill for sometimes on time. World Serpent going to try and revenge kill the Shibalonke, but deciding not to dive that deep. Going to leave. They did disrupt the Pyro, but that death was not worth it.
No, Thor's just got blown up there. I was not ready for that to happen. At that particular moment, they just got exploded, and that was all. They were gone. And such a huge lead. It's such a huge lead that Thor's had and still has, even post death. Maybe Pugsley catches up in a level, but a Hun Bat's a level down with that Fear No Evil can have as much or even more impact than a Willix that's only a level up.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's a massive shutdown for some time, bringing the gold lead back in just a little bit, able to get some extra XP, get some extra gold flowing, but is it enough right now? As Great Polar Bear taking a lot of damage from Thor's and from Leroy, while also getting capped by Geo, and smartly Leroy using the watery grave this time to avoid that no escape.
Yeah, definitely smart of him. You just spend the ultimate. There's no point in sort of like saving it in case you die, because you'll have to spend it if everyone can sign you anyways. And I think it's smart for Kappa Corporation to keep this pressure up and keep trying to kill the Ares, because eventually you'll get strong enough to just kill him there. But I don't think they really have too much kill potential. But while all of this is happening, Yokai's kind of been solo farming with no answer from sometimes on time. Level 17 at 17 minutes. It's kind of unheard of at this point.
Yeah, just right now the farm for mid laners and for dual lane is just unprecedented. If you can stay on top of your camps, you can level so quickly. The goal in the game right now is 20 by 20 if you are mid, jungle, or carry. And right now, Yokai is on path to do so. Level 18 at the 17-minute and 30-second mark. This man knows how to farm.
And he's coming over to this beacon, and I don't think sometimes on time no, or else they would surely back off. Well, they definitely know now.
Oh,
looks like action's getting
into
started.
the midst. Earthshaker going to do a lot of damage to Geo, gonna force him out. And right now, Yokai is in trouble. Whirlpool form is out. Beats are down, but no escape. Not able to catch him. And TFC diving way too deep. Gonna get killed by Thor's. And now the World Serpent is here. And gets out of Bathwater. Going to be enough to keep him alive, but barely. Great. Polar Bear will fall. Yokai turns the fight, finding a kill onto the support, forcing out the team with his allies. And we're going to see two going the way of Kappa Corporation. And now they're going to start walking towards this Gold Fury.
Yeah, and it looks like TFC might have DC there, but either way, I don't know why they were in the tier 1 tower while the team's fighting on Beacon. I do think they just went they went a little too deep there, regardless. But you can already tell, on the just watching like a couple of these fights, how much more comfortable Kappa Corporation has gotten on their picks. Thor's is like so incredible on a Willish so far. Yokai is looking, really smart on this Charybdis, not giving up easy deaths, as well as, being there when his team really needs him. He's on pace to hit 20 by 20. And it goes to show like how different of a game this is. At 20 minutes in the previous game, both teams were pretty even. It was like 1 to 2K gold lead, but we're looking at a 6K gold lead in the favor of Kappa Corporation, and I'm not seeing any signs of sometimes on time sort of bringing it back.
Yeah, and especially after Kappa Corporation getting the Gold Fury and the Pyromancer there,
Mm.
able to really capitalize on the kills that they got and the winning of that fight. And now sometimes I'm trying to get something back, looking to try and get these bastions, get this tower on this solo side, try and get a little additional gold and XP. They're gonna bring down that gold difference to 5,500 with that decision, but they're still down by a significant margin right now.
Man, and sometimes on time, playing the game from behind, is probably one of the most difficult things to do in Smite. It's just so easy to snowball. What you're kind of waiting to happen is some sort of misstep from Kappa Corporation, because while you're snowballing, if you overextend, which we've seen Kappa Corporation do plenty of times, sometimes on time they get a pick and they turn it around. That's what happened in game one. It was just happened a lot earlier than the 20-minute mark. It was sort of around the first gold theory that Kappa Corporation pulled that sometimes at times sort of flipped the entire game in their favor by just making some really good decisions in the heat of the moment. We need to see that, and we need to see it now, or this game is going to just get out of control, and Kappa Corporation is going to just run away with it, which we've never seen happen to sometimes on time.
Yeah, we've always seen them be able to maintain their composure, be able to pull out these wins one way or another. There's a reason that they have been undefeated, but Kappa Corporation looking strong, looking like they are in the driver's seat right now. And I can imagine that with this lead, they're going to start looking towards this fire giant, especially now that Charybdis has that starter item upgraded.
Already has the Mannequin's Mace, one of the weaker starter upgrades in the game. Well, she has it 5 to 10 minutes before everyone else does. So, who cares how weak it is? It's stronger than not having your starter upgraded. That's for sure. And man, if this Charybdis starts rotating, which you can already see they are in the mid lane right now, and looking at objectives, sometimes on time are just going to have to back off or to take a million damage from this Mannequin's.
Yeah, and the thing about Charybdis is due to the way her autos fire, she is triple tapping you instead of just single tapping you, making this mannequin's mace more efficient than most people can really use it, especially with just the pure amount of attack speed that she has right now. This is a potential just ability to burn through people and objectives with this mannequin mace.
And I'm wondering what last item Corvus is going to go here. I could see a Dominance. I could also see a Titan's Bane. It surely is going to be much more penetration, but I'm kind of stuck between the two items as we're hovering bauble here. We see 3 baubles on the map. I think Odin makes a lot of sense and Discordia makes a lot of sense for both having bauble. I haven't really seen bauble on a Willish a lot, though. So hold that thought, because there's a lot of action happening in the mid lane.
Yeah, but I kind of like that bobble on a wheelish, making that gravity surge so much more useful. TSC in the mix, gonna get pulled back in, but Noah's going to collapse on him, as right now they're fighting over this Oni Fury. Both teams are here. All 5 members from both teams are here. Huxley just trying to get that farm on off on that duo lane while his team stalls, trying to find his way to level 20 right now himself. Is now Kappa Corporation going to walk, going to be able to get this beacon for free, and then continue this fight over this Oni Fury. Huxley going to try and push for this tier 1. Able to get the Bastion is him and TFC. And now Kappa Corporation is on the Oni Fury. It is already at half. Leroy just has to stand in the way, and it is gone.
And man, you can see the entire team zoned by just Leroy and Loshak. I think one ability that we haven't really talked about too much is Submerge. I'll hold that thought as it looks like Leroy's looking for more. It looks like
Leroy
more than he
gonna
bargained
get
for.
crippled out, be forced to use the watery grave or lose his life. The no escape pulling him back in. He might go down, but is gonna get knocked up away, but he is gonna find the marks. Bathwater for sale, finding the kill. TFC in trouble. Earthshaker gonna be forced to come out. Just clipping Loshak. Loshak at 1 HP now. Not able to kill him is Wolven, not having the range. Is sometimes on time, trying to find some blood. Thor's looking for the kill on Bathwater. He is in trouble. A big blink. Cat under where the T1 was, but he's going to survive. Pugsley eating the feather step for his ally to save Bathwater, and you get the kill onto Thor's there. They may have lost the Pyro, Kappa Corporation sneaking that away, but they found 2 kills there and might be able to look towards a Fire Giant or an objective here, since this would be a 5v4 for 30 seconds.
And my personal least favorite god to fight in this game is Vulcan. And it's because of that right there. Vulcan, he's not the most slippery god in the game, but he's just slippery enough to where he can create a small amount of space, and then you catch a meatball backfire and a turret spawn on you, and you're dead. You just take so much damage, and he's just so hard to get that last hit on for some reason. And you see Thor, take another, death because of it. And at this point, Pugsley's caught up in level, about caught up in items, so he's about like a tier 1 behind. And the 5, 2, and 4 stat line, obviously being way better than 0, 2, and 4, on Pugsley's side, but now it sort of doesn't matter. 1 Fear No Evil wins sometimes on time a team fight, if hit properly and well on a bunch of members of Kappa Corporation. And it's just stuff like that. You can't overextend, but I like that Kappa Corporation is pulling the trigger more, because it felt like in the first game they're sort of like had all the tools to win it, but weren't sort of taking that final step.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. It's nice to see this team really trying to put the pedal to the metal. Having this 7K gold lead right now, looking for the kill onto Bathwater for sale. A great Earthshaker at his feet, just barely gonna miss Thor's, but the golden apple going to be able to find its mark. Geo with the kill on that one, and no return kills going to be able to be found for sometimes on time. And now they are starting to get trapped down themselves. Big Submerge onto TFC is going to get trapped in, and knock up Gravity Surge in between the entire team, pulled all the way back to the ADC, and now he's forced to use the cage, and it's a big cage at that, going to be enough to keep him alive. Going to be able to keep everyone. Apple back up already with that 50% cooldown. Gomos finding a kill onto Pugsley. Force the beast to top out. This Disco with Spear of Death, Chronos Pit, Bobble, just so much cooldown off any kill. And right there showing the second golden apple of that fight, and almost would have found another kill if it wasn't for the beads.
Yeah, what a beautiful play from Geo. Discordia, not a god you typically see do like a ton of damage. They're more like a utility mage.
Looking for a kill on Leroy here. Right. TFC looking for something. Ult is up. He's trapping in the Charybdis and the Jormungandr. And the Charybdis going to get out. Leroy and Loshak both going to fall here. And now it's a run for their life. A mad dash as Kappa Corporation trying to run. Leroy will fall. That's a 3-for-1 trade. And sometimes on time is on the Fire Giant now. Geo and Yokai don't know what is happening. Geo trying to step back up. Fire Giant is already at half. Wolven, Bathwater for sale, and TFC on this. And Gray Polar Bear with a great zoning on this Ares. And this Fire Giant is going to go down. And sometimes on time has found the Fire Giant.
This is what sometimes on time have done so well. from behind is just turn the game back in their
By
favor.
TFC, looking
Oh,
for the
no.
kill on the Geo. Gonna be crippled out, but he's gonna find it. Geo's gonna fall. There's a massive stagger. A minute without the mid laner now, while everyone else is up.
I remember when sometimes on time was out of the game 5 minutes ago. Like 7K down, Thor's was 5-1. Like, you know, Yokai hit 20 level 20 in 20 minutes or whatever. Like, it looked so good for Kappa Corporation and so dominant as well. And then there's still 5K gold, ahead, which does matter. But the Fire Giant kind of negates the item advantage that you're getting from that 5K gold, and they're gonna pick themselves a Pyro and get a ton of map advantage off this.
And Thor's gonna get
Oh,
soloed by
no.
Pugsley. It was a 2v1, and Pugsley still wins with that Fear No Evil, knowing that the beats of Thor's were still down. That is a big pick. Is now they're going to be able to get the beacon and roll easily into this Primal Fury without even having to worry anymore.
And here's the thing: you think a team that has gone the entire season without losing wouldn't be so good at playing from behind, but sometimes on time, they're incredible at playing from behind. I mean, you never want to get behind in any game, without like maybe a plan to play for like the later stages or something of that nature. But sometimes they do it so well. They sit and they wait and they play defensive and they wait for a mistake to happen, and it's going to happen, and they completely capitalize on it and turn the game around. Gold lead is 0 at this point. It doesn't matter at all. Sometimes on time have the Fire Giant in tow, and they're just gonna get even more of a lead of being able to get their buffs and all the neutral camps as well, and as well as vision to set themselves up for the next fire, which is going to be enhanced and probably going to decide, this second half of the game.
Yeah, and one thing you just mentioned that I have to point out is you talked about the fact that they're doing so much once they hit level 20 when they were behind all game as when they got to late game. But look at this comp. You're looking at a Hornbats, a Vulcan, and a Shibalanke. 3 gods known for once they hit level 20 being so potent. Well, when you look at the side of Kappa Corporation, you see a Jormungandr, you see the Awilix, you see gods that start to fall off as this fight's getting picked up. And now the rest of the team is here, and these late game gods are here to fight. Bray Polar Bear getting multiple chains onto Gleroy, keeping him there, but is not going to be able to pull him. Is going to use the no escape, going to force the Watery Grave in response. Both ultimates down out of the supports, but right now Ares has a lot of cooldown on his side, and they're trying to push in under this tower. Fire Giant in hand for 1 more minute. A big root out of the disco, doing quite a bit of damage to Bathwater, but not enough to take him below 3/4. Gonna hit him again, gonna fall closer to half. Right now, having trouble stepping into this tower to try and take it. Really need to use this Shibalanke ultimate if they're going to get it. Awilix coming around on the flank on this right side, thinking about going the long way around to try and pull someone. And she is going to do it. TSC into the back line. Earthshaker going to come out. Going to connect onto Geo and onto Gleroy. And Gleroy living with 1 HP. Geo going to find the kill on TFC, but is going to find the kill onto Thors is Woven. Woven laying down the auto, smacking in this odd bow, doing a lot of work. And this tower is going to go down. Fire Giant is gone. Fire Giant respawning in 30 seconds and is going to be EFG going to decide to strip this jungle and reset up with wards.
And it's looking all sometimes on time, seemingly out of nowhere. I mean, you saw Bathwater for Sale start that fight with the Earthbreaker, and it sort of be back up by the time that fight gets towards its end, and it just gets so much value out of that Vulcan ult. And Kappa Corporation, they really have not done enough to, set Bathwater for Sale behind. I mean, he's gone down 3 times. You'd think that'd be enough, but look at him. He's in the game. He's doing a ton of damage. Second on the damage charts behind Jorm, who's been breathing on an Odin the entire time. So you have to do something about this Vulcan. You have to lock him down, and it's so hard.
Yeah, and one thing that I have to say that I really don't like out of Geo here is this late game Charon's coin. Buying
Mm.
this item this far late into the game, are you really going to be finding the kills and assists to stack this item?
Stacking late game kills, items like this, like Rage, Charon's Coin, uh, one of the cloaks used to do this as well. It's always been like a back and forth discussion. Well, it's like, when are you getting the most kills and assists? Well, that's in
Oh,
5v5s.
Loshak taking a lot of health. Gonna pop his mantle. Gonna go to half already. A big fight. Pugsley going in
Oh,
deep. The Earthshaker off the mark. They are trapped in the cage. Yokai is low. Gonna be forced into the World 4 form. Gonna be able to get out. And now they're going to back up themselves sometime on time. Losing Pugsley. Almost losing Wolven. Gonna be forced to egg his Geo with a good set of abilities. Gonna miss the stun is TFC. Trying to get onto Geo. This man needs to get out as he's starting to get collapsed on, but his team is there to help bail him out. A big meatball onto Leroy, poking him away from the Odin. And right now, just trying to stall for Pugsley to get back up, not wanting to concede this EFG, not wanting to concede any ground is the side of sometimes on time. And we see that Wolfen is fighting with Thors over this beacon. A mad lad fighting ADC versus jungler, but going to do it. Bathwater for sale in trouble, is getting soloed out by Loshak. He's gonna be forced to use his Aegis, forced to use the Earth Shatter, and it
no.
will be enough. Wolfen with the save. Vulcan with 1 HP and a prayer going to be able to live. But this beacon is going to go the way of Kappa Corp.
It even hurts to watch people try to kill Vulcan. Like, he's so like, he's so slippery. I hate fighting him. It brings out the worst in me, I think. But sometimes on time, I just do such a good job of just playing around each other. You see they go for the beacon, and while they're contesting, you see everyone sort of go on Bathwater for sale, and then sometimes on time get them out of there. And now it looks like they're setting up
And
for
now,
this fire.
sometimes on time, starting up this fire giant. They know that they have Bathwater for sale to try and secure this out. Does not have the Earthshaker right now, though. It's going to barely come up in time.
Oh,
Scratch that. It is going to be able to secure it. That cooldown's so tightly tied, just being there in time. And that is an enhanced fire giant. Go the way of sometimes on time.
this is a peek behind the curtain. I definitely know, like, in comp, you're obviously commenting when your cooldowns are coming back. He's like, I have Earth Shatter in 3, Earth Shatter in 2, Earth Shatter in 1, and he's matching it. And that's why it came out a little early there, for the, on the fire giant. That's understandable. Kappa Corporation play it smart. They know that Earth Shatter's down, a ton of ultimates are down. Sometimes on time they can get that Oni quickly and effectively, and that's going to sort of stifle the siege a little bit. But sometimes on time at fire on all 5, you have a really good siege on your team with Ares, Hunbats, Vulcan, Odin, all good siege gods. We saw from the
Let's
X Ball
not
last
forget
game.
the Hex Ball being
Yeah.
able to snipe your Phoenix from across the map.
Yeah, like a thief in the night turns off the moon and takes the tower. It's like so tough to fight into this really good siege comp. And Kappa Corporation, they're gonna have to figure out what they want to do. They're gonna have to find a submerge into gravity surge. I think is the best.
And you say that they pull in the Odin, and he is gone. That's a great pick. You spoke it into existence, and it shall be, turning this fight into a 5v4 and stopping sometimes on times push in its tracks.
And that might be the best combo for Wish in the game, because you hear submerge, right? Because Jorm laughs incredibly loud before he goes into the ground, but you still don't know exactly where he is, who he's going on, and he gains movement speed when he's down there in the ground. So like, it's sort of just like instantly knocked up, instantly pulled, and it's so hard to react to. Even on someone like Odin, couldn't even get the shield up before he went down. There's so much burst on the side of Kappa Corporation. And I mean they've done it. They stifled the siege offense from sometimes on time. That's exactly what we were worried about.
And big Earthshaker trying to hit Norse and Low Shack. Not going to be able to secure out the Pyro, but doing a lot of damage if they were able to follow up. Those were kills, but not even in the same zip code is sometimes on time.
And Kappa Corporation, they have to play around this pick style just like that. Odin's not going to have beads for the rest of the game. And an Odin player is not really going to try and play far back. I think that is how you have to play all of your fights. If you can take a 5v5 where, sometimes on time doesn't have this enhanced fire giant, and you can pick that Odin as quickly and efficiently as you did just then, create a 5v4, and then once it's a 5v4, the advantage is all on you. You just have to, execute at that point, and you've won the game. But we're at the point where a pick like that matters so much more than throughout the rest of the game. But on the other side, if you're sometimes on time, you just gotta hit your big circles. No escape, fear no evil, earth shatter, and then Kappa Corporation, they have super low health bars and dead players, so it's like this game of which style is better. This, should you be picking this pick comp, or should you be picking this, this team fight comp? And right now it's looking like the team fight comp is better. But I don't think Kappa Corporation is out of it based on just the style of play that they're playing.
Yeah, right now it can really go either way right now, as EFG is going to respawn in 1 minute's time, as every kill, every pick matters, and that is a big bubble pop off the Kappa of Gleroy. Gonna be down for 70 seconds, but I have to point out that they have 2 phantom shells, so this Odin is in such a predicament. If you jump in, you get a wheelish ulted. If you actually get the ult down, you get phantom shelled by either the Jormungandr or the Kuzenbo. He is in such a place to where if they can slow his roll, they will, as Shelter of the Magi going to be going down on Jormungandr as well for 70 seconds. 2 bubbles popped off the side of Kappa Corp, and now EFG spawning in 15 seconds, and sometimes on time are going to be on time for this objective, already surrounding it.
And look at those Phoenixes, man. All 3, gotten a chunk taken out of them. It's gonna be so tough.
Shaq taking a lot of damage already. He's gonna be forced to use the shell early for the use of shell, not for the phantom part of it. And now Leroy pulled back in. Fear no evil. This man's eating everything. Kappa is going to somehow survive. Thus far, Pugsley blown up. This Kappa has the hardest shell in the world. 1 HP. He's living, and the rest of sometimes on time is getting melted. Is now gonna be forced to use the Aegis. Is woven on the Shibalanke. Praise the Kappa shell, the hardest shell in the world, surviving the entire world.
Insane for him to live there. You actually saw his portrait went gray, which that happens when you're below 10 HP. So he was actually below 10 HP for like a fragment of a second there, and then it got healed up by HP 5. But
and now TFC in trouble. A good use of the knock-up immunity, but is not going to be enough because the gravity surge is still there. It's going to get pulled in, trying to survive. Gio almost getting blown up by Bathwater, and we see another instance of someone slipping away at 1 HP. Is TFC going to be able to survive by the skin of his teeth?
Where was the burst? Last time they submerged in a gravity surge into the Phoenix, just a couple minutes ago, Odin was instantly dead. Wasn't able to get a shield off. Wasn't able to get a leap off. Where was the burst there? That was a free kill. If they all just sort of hit the Odin off the gravity surge, surely he called that out, and everyone knew what to do there. But they cannot, give up like free kills like that. That was kind of just a free kill. Gravity surge will be back up it's a super short cooldown, and Noblex has full cooldown, but they can't drop stuff like that.
TFC gonna get pulled in, gonna get hit for a quarter of his HP just by Yokai so dang quickly. And talking about the Wheelix stealing this Pyromancer away from sometimes on time here, they're gonna be able to stall it out and not let Kappa Corp get this bomb, not let the lead boss Kappa come walking in, gonna pop his Magi's shelter for it. And now both these teams just lurking, just waiting, just trying to find the moment as Kappa Corporations has the wards this game. Absolutely have a blanket on the entire right side of the map on this fire giant.
And both teams looking for poke, not looking to overcommit here. It goes without saying, but 45 minutes into the game where fire is up, it is actually the worst time to get picked, in the entire game, because it sort of spills curtains for the fire, the fight, and then really just tough to defend against. You see Jordan going for the submerge. If he does hit this on a unit, gravity surge is always available. I think that's the big thing, that if you're Kappa Corporation, that you're looking to find someone out of position to sort of hit with that combo.
And a big blink out of Great Polar Bear is gonna pull the Yorm, but he's gonna get to the World Serpent a moment before the Earth Shaker gets there. Thor's looking for a way onto Bathwater. Bathwater down to a quarter. Low Shack at 1 HP. We're talking under 100 health. Going to survive. And now Geo going to be forced to use his setup beads from the Fear No Evil. All ultimates are down on the sometimes times team. The only people with ults is the squad of Kappa Corporation on all of their carries. Fire Giant started up. Gravity Surge gonna get beast away. And now Pugsley forced to back up. Fire Giant down to half right now. No one is going to pick it back up, though. TFC going to get absolutely melted by Yokai. Going to somehow slip away. Woven forced to beast and Aegis, but the purple ricocheted off the wall. That's a massive shutdown for Kappa Corp, and they're going to be able to find another as Great Polar Bear is in deep trouble. Bathwater for Sale doing everything he can to keep his Ares alive. It is going to be able to do it. Now, EFG going to be started up by the Kappa Corporation team, looking to cash in their payday, cash in this EFG, but sometimes on time is here. Loshak forced to go into the World Serpent early. Fear No Evil, Yokai, 1 HP, but the bad apple is going to blow him up. Right now, Loshak 1 HP, but the bubble, perfect timing in order to prevent the Odin stun and potential kill from him in the Ares.
Loshak and Geo have gone nuclear with their positioning and placement of their abilities in these fights. We saw. I'll give Geo the benefit of the doubt. I'll say he planned for that golden apple to ricochet off the wall, but man, did that blow up Woven so quickly. He was not ready for that, and Loshak doing such a good job of diving, but not diving too hard. We saw last game sometimes in time with Captain Cobb sort of going a little too ham, and then it costing his team. That was the perfect amount of dive, enough to get the carries out of the fight and not die, and for you to affect the fight that you zoned them off.
EFG start up again, already down to half, doing everything they can to keep Bathwater away, not wanting him to steal away with the Earthshaker. World Serpent is up. He is in trouble, out of position. Leroy looking to try and grab him, and he's going to, Earthshaker, going to be off the mark, trying to steal Pyro, but they had stepped up. Bathwater is down. The Secure is off the map. Kappa Corporation has a premier opportunity once they heal to go for this EFG now.
Yeah, I do think EFG is definitely the play here, but a bunch of low health bars. I think you can't really do it in front of Great Polar Bear and TFC as much as we want them to. I didn't realize that golden apple play was actually Woven's first death of the game. It really heads up play. We've seen all game from both ADCs, being almost undying, at this point. But Kappa Corporation, not really much kill potential on this Odin. it's we've been here before. 50 minutes, it's even. EFG's
Even
up.
on the doors.
Oh!
He had no beats for 3 seconds. What a play. Yokai in danger now. Pugsley trying to get back in. He's going to pull in Polar Bear, but he's going to die before the no escape. Wolven looking for kills. Pugsley going to try and hop out. And World Serpent and Geo gonna find a kill onto Pugsley there. TFC's in danger. Doesn't have to worry about the Grav Surge, but does have to worry about everyone else as he is going to be able to get ran down off that Phantom Shell. And now Kappa Corp has the ability to actually get this EFG.
Vulcan's up with Lurch.
Are going to start up, but Bathwater for Sale still alive, lurking in the midst. Way early, it is down. It's at half. He is getting run down by a Jormungandr. It's at a quarter, and Kappa Corp are going to be able to take the Fire Giant here, and now they're in trouble.
Kappa Corporation they win the fight. They get the EFG. I thought Vulcan Blur Shadow was like a little risky to do it in front, but Bathwater for Sale, with all the tension and nerves on the line, whiffs it just way too early on the other Shatter. But yeah, they had no vision. Like you said earlier, the blanket of wards on the right side of the map for Kappa Corporation really just tells the story of them being just slightly enough ahead of sometimes on time to be in a dominant position, but not ahead enough to close out this game. It's another 50-minute game. And I'm going to say it's still anyone's game. Sometimes on time, just need like they could still win this.
It's still anyone's game. I agree.
Kappa Corporation
with the EFG up right now.
They're gonna get this Primal Fury as a consolation prize. But man, the way Kappa
production,
Corporation
can you do me a favor? Can you please bring up the word count?
Oh, I don't want to see it. Oh no, TFC Warden like I do in ranked, almost none.
Yeah, right now, Pugsley and TFC being the reason that Kappa Corp is winning the war, because wards win wars, and now they are pushing down onto this bird. Blink in from Great Polar Bear, a big no escape, not gonna be able to pull in anyone is Great Polar Bear, but getting 2 Magi's Blessing off of them, no beads, as they're going to come in for round 2, going to come back in. As Gariga, Gravity's pulling TFC. He's gonna go down. A Berg Earthshaker gonna find 2, but not gonna find them kills. Gonna be able to put Geo to just a sliver as Duoside Bird has all in. Out there looking to go for this mid bird now, trying to reposition. They've already found the kill onto Odin and have the opportunity to push down with a 5v4 with enhanced Fire Giant. Is sometimes on time going to be able to defend, or is Kappa Corporation going to break their undefeated streak? And with that, Low Shack into the backlines with the World Serpent, going straight onto Bathwater, but Thors is gonna find the kill onto Pugsley in the front line. Thors has ultimate again. Gravity Surge back up. Bathwater is in danger. Titan at 3/4, Titan at half. Great Polar Bear blinking in. Big Earthshaker. Titan will go down. Kappa Corporation taking the win and taking down sometimes on times undefeated streak in this league.
Wow, I mean, sometimes on time, that's their first game loss of the entire season. They could still be undefeated set wise, obviously, if they pulled the victory throughout the entire set. But Kappa Corporation just showing how it's done. There was a bit of a slip up in the middle of the, I say middle of the game, but it was around like 40 minutes. Where it looked like sometimes on time could still win it, but Kappa Corporation was really running the game for the first 25-30 minutes, and at the last 45 to the 50-minute mark, that it was completely in their hands almost the entire game.
an absolutely insane game between both these teams. As we saw there, Kappa Corporation able to take the game off of sometimes on time, being the first team to do so. Now the question is, can they do it two more times? Can they pull out the victory versus sometimes on time? They've now done it once. They've done what no one else could. Is that going to be enough? Can they continue on their roll to do this two more times?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, no one's been able to beat them once, right? So it's like ideally they just do this two more times, right? But it's like they have to beat them three times to win the set. It's such a tough call to make. I mean, I think even though Kappa, were completely dominant basically throughout the entire game, sometimes on time we're still in it. In the 45 minute mark, it still felt like they could still pull off the win. I just think what they needed was a little more. I think we need a little more from the Vulcan. I think the god obviously is incredible at doing what he does best, which is like surviving and then getting his damage off. But we needed to see like more sort of in the fights. We needed something like a Thoth that can really like kill people, because we saw a lot of people get hit by their shatter. Then they would live on low HP, and then the Vulcan just getting tired by Jorm, Kuzenbo, and Thorson the Awilix, who had played lights out that game. It's like you can only be so slippery. I think we needed to see more from him, as well as Vision from sometimes on time. We need to see TFC and Pugsley place more the double digit wards.
I absolutely agree, but both teams played well. We're going to be going to a game 3, and for sure going to see a game 4 between these two teams. Is a best of 5, first 2-3 wins, and we're only getting started here at AASL. We're going to take a break, get set up for game number 3, and we'll see you all there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to AASL and game number 3 of this best of 5 finals set for Kappa Corporation versus Sometimes on Time. And what an insane set of games so far. We've seen Sometimes on Time come back from the brinks of defeat in game number 1, and Kappa Corp being able to get that EFG and push down and win the game in game 2.
And we've guaranteed
What?
ourselves a game 4 at this point.
Yeah. This is going to be a long set, folks. So buckle in and get ready, because right now we're averaging 50 minutes a game from these teams.
I mean, it just goes to show how close these two teams are. I mean, obviously, Sometimes on Time did go undefeated throughout the entire season, but when you're on top, everyone's kind of preparing for you in your style of play. So this usually happens in tournaments where, like, the first seed sort of their streak gets ended, in the tournament, because this is all Cap has been preparing for, is Sometimes on Time, and you can see the preparation was good, because whether they win or lose, these games have been super close, and they've gone the distance, man.
Yeah. And both these teams rapid firing out these bands. Kappa Corp taking away the Sobek, the Kukulkan, and the Thor. While on the flip side, Sometimes on Time banning out the Cthulhu, as they have every single game. It has not gotten through yet. Banning out the Odin, and what is going to be the final ban on these first set of bans from Sometimes on Time.
I think I'd like to see Thoth ban. I think Geo proved that he probably shouldn't get that guy in his hands, and Kappa showed that they'd first pick it if given the opportunity. So that's what I'd like to see banned personally. But there's so many good picks still open, man. I mean, Hachiman's still open, even though neither team went for it last game. I do think it's still a super strong pick. You have the Kuzenbo that Kappa have picked every game and have looked strong on every game, and it looks like they're going to ban out the Hunbat.
Hunbats is an interesting choice, as it does give the Kappas the Thoth and a very good god for Geo, as you know that he can play this. What do you expect to be the two counter picks to this god right out the gate that you think Sometimes on Time is playing on firing with?
Well, before they went for Sobek Thor, remember back in game 1, if you can, 2.5 hours ago or so. But the Kuzenbo is a smart choice. It's sort of a pseudo ban, because you take it away from Gleroy, been playing lights out, and you keep it for yourself.
Yeah, the Kuzenbo finally taking away the Kappa King from the Kappas is a great idea, taking away that final boss. Also, a Naja and the Charybdis being locked in for the Kappa Corp, as right now they are not happy that their boss got stolen.
Yeah, but I bet Thor's is happy he got that Naja, and I bet Yokai's happy he got that Charybdis back again, back in the semifinals. That they played these two both games. Thor's played Naja and Yokai played the Charybdis. You can tell these are guys that they're just comfortable on. And same thing with the Willish, where you can sort of just run the game on Naja, but also you have a bit more utility as well, which I think is going to be really exciting to see how Thor's kind of pilots this. But your early game backup on the Naja is going to be Charybdis Thoth, unless you're hitting like your ultimate into Final Judgment. I think it's going to be a little shaky to sort of get yourself off into an early lead.
Yeah, but the fact that you have Windfire Wheels into Final Judgment, late game, that is certain death if you do not beat that Windfire Wheels. This is a scary comp, and we'll see that Sometimes on Time grabbing the Nike, grabbing a guy we haven't seen yet this set, having been banned out every game, gonna be going into the hands of TFC.
Yeah, finally the Nike goes unbanned by Kappa, and we can finally see why it's been banned so much. Maybe Kappa have done their homework and maybe TFC's an incredibly good Nike or something like that. So I'd like to see TFC kind of pilot this well and show exactly why Nike's been banned out, because in my mind, some of the Guardian solos I think do what Nike does just a bit better because of Conduit Gem right now and the way it is. I'm interested to see why it's so prioritized by both teams.
Absolutely. I have to agree with you. I'm just curious what is going to round out these two teams, both having two picks left. Kappa Corp needing their tanks, needing their solo laner and their support, while the sometimes Untime need their mid and need their jungle. And we're going to see a Neath mid out of bathwater for sale this game.
Okay, I love Neath right now. I think she's sleeper OP. If you go Hidden Dagger full power, you actually like 40% health, like front lines, like in the game, in the beginning of a fight, and then your ult's back up by the end of the fight, and you actually are like, it's so hard to fight into. Although I think it's very easy to punish if you see a Neath start Hidden Dagger. It's so easy to out pressure her. So it's really tough to go. So I'm interested. I want to see where they go with the Neath. If they go this standard, Bluestone full power route, they're just playing like a full power mage on a hunter, or if they go this Hidden Dagger like one shot build that I think is really hard to play around, but only in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I think that knowing Bathwater, having played with this guy, actually being on a team with him for a different league, I gotta say, I think that he is a fan of that Hidden Dagger, of going that mannequin start that really, well, since they've changed where that goes from, but going into that Hidden Dagger and being able to one-shot people and being able to really kind of support your team whenever a jungle comes in on your team or you're trying to go in. Like, I'm expecting a Thanatos or some kind of global god, maybe a Ratatasker, to pair with this Neath.
Yeah.
Something that can go in off of their shots, off a single ward, a single person being out of position even a little bit. And it's a great ability to counter engages by just shooting them in the face as a Neath, or be able to go in.
Jing Chan Athena is the last two. I am assuming it's Jing Chan solo, Athena support. In my opinion, Athena and Jing Chan are both really good in solo right now, and Jing Chan's not so hot in support, so that's why I say that. But I think either way is probably fine. I do like the global presence from the Athena though. I think that could be really strong, especially with the way Kappa have been playing. Like this sort of like pick style of composition. They could really get themselves an early lead, especially if you get sashed into, the defender of Olympus. It's just so hard to get away from.
Yeah. And final pick, Bastet, out of Sometimes Untime, a god that can really pull people back into those fights, much like what they like to do with the Sobek, but in the jungle role, having more damage, having a bit more range and safety with it. It's going to be spicy. And one thing to mention, though, about that Jing 10 is the fact that Jing 10 is unhinged and uncapped now for his HP 5.
Right.
So that is going to be a huge potential advantage for him over in the solo lane now.
Yeah, it's a really good point that I didn't think of. I think with that change, he actually is a decent solo laner. So that's why I'd like to see him in the solo and Athena in the support role, especially with the global presence that you can get out of Athena in support. I think she does bring a lot of strong just presence to the entire map in general. But I'm sort of torn between whether I like this Athena is the global presence, or this Neath with like potentially having like the Hidden Dagger. It's going to be tough, as well as like with Nike in the mix. I think both teams have sort of drafted an even 50-50 comp. Going to come down to who's going to sort of execute, and this set has been 2 hours already. You know what I mean? Like I think like fatigue is something we could start talking about. In terms of, I don't know if you guys have ever played Smite for 2 hours in a row, but it gets tough. Like I think, now is when we're starting to start to see who is really wants this more.
Absolutely. As both these teams have started to get worn down, started to have all that pressure starting to soak in, but there's really only one way to see how much the wear and tear has caused, and that's by swinging our way into game number 3 here.
And man, it looks like as at the start of the game, all starts pretty standard to what we've been seeing. It makes sense for Nike to go into this Jones first. I think that's she's gonna be able to do so much damage and have so much cooldown. I assume they're gonna rush the Jotun's Vigor, at this point, but they did sort of nerf the actual Vigor, so they might actually not opt into going into that. Oh, and it looks like they did steal out the blue buff in the beginning of the match. Oh no, that's the one problem with Guardian solos right now, is that the blue buff clear is tough. Now, typically Guardian into Guardian, it's not that big of a deal, but Guardian into Warrior, the Warrior can clear the blue buff and get the steal, at level 1, which is a really tragic start for Loshak.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this all turns out, as right now Loshak on this Jin-Chan going to have a lot of pressure in this solo side versus this Nike. Just going to be able to build up that HP5 and become a real menace and be able to stay in lane for so long.
And especially with the getting that lead without having to get Bluestone. Typically, obviously, if you're in the solo lane, you want an early lead. Bluestone, just a ton of extra early pressure. But Sunring Axe is the better late game option, and Nike sort of got the best of both worlds. They get to go the Axe late game, and they get the early pressure. So I mean, already off the bat, I was asking to see why, TFC's Nike's been banned in both games that he's been back, and it's clear now. The guy just like completely understands what he has to do.
Yeah, and right now, the big blink by Great Polar Bear looking to try and find a kill onto Yokai, wanting some blood, wanting some vengeance, using the Kappa to his advantage this time, already looking for aggression.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you should really be looking for if you're either team, to be honest. Obviously, sometimes on time getting the better end of it so far. 500 gold up with no first blood down yet. But once games started to get super long, I can tell both these teams, in their minds are like, man, I've been playing for 2 hours. Both these games are crazy. I want to win, and I want to win quickly. And even if you do win this game fast, there's still a game 4 to be played guaranteed. So I think both teams have the mentality of I want to win, and I want to win to get the victory as soon as possible. But also, both teams have shown that it's going to be so back and forth that might not be a viable option.
Yeah, the question is this going to be a set where it goes to game 4, or is this going to be a game 5 set? Right now, it looks like it's going to be game 5. It is so dead even between these two teams.
Yeah, and I'm going back and forth between the team comps and just seeing like who really got like the big advantage, both team comps of, in terms of comfort, in terms of strong pick potential, and it is back and forth, which is kind of the theme of the set so far. But I gotta think Thor's on the Neja, Geo on the Thoth are super comfort picks that are also like really good gods right now, and then you have this Jing Shan and this Athena and Yokai. I want to give it to Kappa Corporation at this point in terms of god comfortability and strong picks. I think they came out on top.
I have to agree with you. I think Kappa Corp's team really is in the money with this draft. We talk about these synergies, and you look at a team that has Taunt, who has Whirlwind, who has Windfire Wheels, all of this set up for Geo, it's going to become a problem for them. As Bastet is here looking for a kill onto Gleroy, dropping all the ultimates onto him. The Huntress of Bass gonna pull him back in, going to eat a snipe as well, and Pugsley gonna find first blood onto Gleroy here.
And that is so tragic if you're Kappa Corporation. You were already so behind from the early Nike invade, the early invades um, from Bastet, and then Bastet getting that first blood. They're already like 1,000 gold, 1.5k, not k, 1.500 down. 5 minutes in, only one kill on the board. I mean, Kappa Corporation is already on the back foot, and that it's weird. It's like that's not where you want to be. But judging from games 1 and 2, the first 40 minutes don't really matter because the game's gonna go 50, and then at that point, everyone's even. It depends who performs then. But I think both teams don't want that again. I think that's pretty clear.
Right now, you mentioned the first 40 minutes doesn't matter,
Yeah.
and so far that's been proven true as everything is unfolded at the 43-minute or later mark.
Yeah, so true.
And I'm really hoping that these teams can find their marks and figure out what they're doing prior to that.
Yeah, I think 40-minute games, 40 to 50-minute games rather, is really not what anyone wants, to be honest. I love watching more Smite as much as the next guy, but I think at some point we want to see these teams really sort of take off. I want to see what either team can do if they, sort of do get the lead and are trying to close out the game early. It sort of feels bad that all the work being putting into the game doesn't matter if these games do go late.
Big root, as that's going to force the P's off bathwater for sale there.
Oh, what Hunters of Bast.
Oh, Hunters of Bast going to pull in Gleroy, going to eat the World Weaver as well, and going to do so much damage. He's just a sliver HP. Pugsley thinking about jumping over, but going to decide to go back quickly, knowing that he would have got caught out by Thorse on this Naja.
Oh, but
and it's still going
Polar
to be
Bear's looking for more.
Watery Grave, looking for the kill onto Thorse. Windfire Wheels will go up, and now this Geo is gonna miss the ultimate, miss the final judgment, but is gonna be able to find the kill onto Pugsley, but they are gonna get the return kill onto Thorse. A trade of 1-for-1 there.
Thank goodness Geo still gets that kill, because missing the final judgment off of Windfire Wheels, it's not the easiest combo to hit in the world, obviously, but in a competitive setting where you're communicating the entire time, it should be relatively easy to hit. And we've seen Geo hit some incredible final judgments with no setup.
Oh, low
shot,
low HP. This Nike all was just out of range on that kill, just living by the skin of his teeth. And what do you think about this greedy, aggressive Nike that went Jotun's first item?
I'd love them to double down and glyph it and get the Jotun's Vigor right now and just be so powerful and so tough to deal with this early in the game. Warriors X gives Warriors enough sustain in terms of like defense wise in the first 10-15 minutes that you don't really need to go into a damage item first, or sorry, into a defense item rather. And you have to compete with Guardians with Conduit, which are super strong right now, that I really like this Jones for.
Yeah, and just right now able to bully this Xingtian due to just having that power and that pin online, having easy way to sustain as well, and a good defensive ultimate. Makes it where Loshax is getting pushed out of this lane, where he's already a level and a half to 2 levels down on TFC right now.
Yeah, and that lead is just going to get further, as it does look like he did opt into that Jotun's Vigor first. I really think that's the play here. Oh, and he's already 3 levels up. I mean, this Jing Chen, he's got okay. Now he did hit level 9, so it's only like 2.5 levels, but he's gonna get prophetic on soon, and he's gonna be unkillable. And Kappa Corporation have to do something about this Nike, and it's got to be soon.
And right now, on this flip side, Yokai already pushed out of the fight as now their entire jungle is being stripped and invaded. Leroy trying to do everything he can to protect it, but it's not going to be enough. Gonna be stripped away, and Yokai going to go down in the backline. Is Pugsley going to find the kill? Huntress of Bass pulling him back, Leroy into multiple people, but aren't going to continue the pull chain as they're going to leave, not wanting to deal with Thors and Geo here. And a beautiful backflip by Bathwater for sale to avoid the evade and punish.
And we're kind of seeing some sloppy play out of Kappa Corporation as Leroy barely gets out with the Athena dash. I mean, usually Yokai on the Charybdis averages like 1 death a game, and it's never really in the first 10 minutes. I mean, he usually plays so carefully, you know, in terms of just not giving up early deaths for no reason, and you know, getting his kills and farming. He's done none of those so far, you know, and it's only 10 minutes, right? That, you know, that could turn around, but we're also seeing, you know, Geo miss Final Judgment off of, you know, clear and easy setup. It's looking like Kappa Corporation do not have their foot on the gas, right? Because just like this minor stuff is going to add up to be so big, and we know sometimes on time can run away with leads. It's what they've done all season.
And right now, TFC looking for a kill onto Thors at their blue buff Athena ulting and going to give him the mitigations and the protections to keep him alive. And they are going to be able to do everything they could, but not able to steal the blue buff or do anything there. Going to be forced to leave with their tails between their legs.
Yeah, and it looks like Leroy's got that blue buff around him. I mean, looking for something in the middle lane. I don't think they kill Kuz, to be honest.
Well, with Pugsley is here with the Huntress of Bass ultimate up. It is going to be able to pull him back in the Warrior Grave into the Huntress of Bass, and he will go down. Pugsley with another kill, but the Windfire Wheels onto the Kappa man isn't going to be enough. He's living, but the evade and punish will be Pugsley and Bathwater for sale going to find a kill onto Thors, and that's going to be 2 more kills go the way of Sometimes on Time. And only 1 to the Kappa Corp.
And you can kind of see, like, you can see what Kappa Corp was looking for there. You know, you're down. If you're going to play through anyone, it's got to be through Geo on the Stoth. So, you know, get some more kills onto him. That's the right play. But
and now Geo trying to push Bathwater for sale off this beacon and invades off on this duo side. Is Wolven trying to invade as well? Gonna be stifled out by the Athena. Now it is Sometimes on Time back on the beacon and going to be able to successfully get it. Going to keep the Athena out, and first beacon going the way of Sometimes on Time.
Yeah, and you can see Sometimes on Time. This is where they're comfortable in the lead. TFC 2-level lead, and it's pretty easy. You see the support is even ahead and Sometimes on Time. This is where they're comfortable, and this is where it gets scary for Kappa Corporation. We've had some long games, but you know, if Sometimes on Time can just continue this dominance, this is looking like it's not going to be a long one. As it looks like
good rotation onto TFC. Thor's gonna hit the Windfire Wheels. A bold one gonna connect. Will it be enough to kill TFC? And it will. Not gonna be able to be able to survive that is TFC. A great kill, by the way, of Kappa Corp.
We saw that Neath come out towards the end there. I think they were just trying to peel for TFC. You know, just to maybe get him out there. It looks like the Neath did opt for that bluestone early, which is the right play for the first 19 levels if you're playing Neath. So I don't blame him. I think Hidden Dagger is really strong once you hit that level 20, but you know, you can lose the game before you get there. So just in tournament, you know, a lot on the line here. So smart for him to just get that bluestone first.
Yeah, just right now, both these teams doing quite well. Just right now, a good gold lead for Sometimes on Time. Already up over 3,000 gold, pushing quite aggressively off of Pugsley and Bathwater for sale, off this mid jungle duo, and they're doing great work this far, using the Huntress of Bass and using the World Weaver Ultimates together, doing quite a lot of work. And now the rotation onto Woven is going to be able to get out, and Pugsley looking for a kill, still has the Huntress of Bass.
Oh no.
The ultimate coming from across the map, but that's going to keep them both there. That's going to be enough to cost him her life, and might cost Yokai his as well. But he's going to be able to get away into the mall, just being able to push them off, as Loshank was able to teleport over and be able to keep Yokai alive and stop the dive under that tower.
Yeah, Yokai being a real homie, putting his life on the line to save Thor's right there. I mean, really smart plays, but they both ended up dying to Bastet, who's right there running them down. They had to have done this a little cleaner, and it looks like sometimes on time just going to get this gold. I mean, relatively uncontested.
Well, they are here. They're going to try and steal, but are not going to be enough. Is now Great Polar Bear is going to pull back in Gleroy, and with the watery grave, that's going to be one dead Athena Woven with a final blow.
And just more sloppy plays from Kappa Corporation. I mean, if you're going to go for the steal there, that's fine. And if you're going to not go for it, that's fine. But they do this little in-between where, like, they're walking up, but Athena's holding abilities, and your steal is really only Yokai on the Charybdis, who really doesn't have a lot of confirm in general. And then Gleroy kind of just gives himself up for free. I mean, they get a gold fury and they kill the support. Leads up to 6K at 16 minutes. I don't want to jinx us. This game might end before the 15-minute mark.
Boy, do I hope so.
No, I definitely understand this point of view. I mean, for Kappa Corporation to get back in it, they have to stop making these tiny mistakes, because they're adding up to a lot in terms of the gold differential department and even the kills department. Down 7.400 XP as well, which is, you know, a lot at this point in the game. That's a level or two on everyone across the board. And sometimes on time, they're grouped in the mid lane. They're probably going to look for this pyro, because you could see Pugsley sort of like hovering over it, and you know, Kappa are going to have to give it up.
Right now, looking for something here in the mid lane is sometimes on time, as Beacon is about to be coming back up. As you can see from them pinging it already, telling their team to get on it. And Gleroy already taking a quarter of his HP, taking a lot of poke. Great Polar Bear taking a lot of CC, as the Whirlwind gonna pull in Great Polar Bear into the rest of the team, gonna go up into the Windflower Wheels as well. Everything is being used on the support, even the final judgment on the support, and it will cause him to fall. But all of that for one, now it's going to be Gleroy that falls, only costing all of sometimes on times ultimate themselves.
I mean,
Now this Beacon getting started up, and they're going to try and put in damage by Geo, but it's not going to be enough. Beacon going the way of sometimes on time.
Look how much damage this Nike is putting out with just the, you know, Warriors Axis Chosen Trigger combo, just chunking, you know, Geo there for stepping up to the Beacon, you know, and trying to get some poke off. Incredible. I mean, sometimes on time they get the Beacon, they get the kill. Kappa Corporation have to spend so many ultimates just to kill Kuzenbo. And if you're Great Polar Bear, you die for Beacon, Pyro, and a trade. You know, you take that trade every time. I mean, why would you not just die there?
Yeah, sometimes on time, looking to put pedal to the metal, looking to try and run down this game thus far. Already off to a 6K lead, having lost a little bit there, but still just firmly in the driver's seat, able to get away with practically anything they want right now.
And getting away with anything is really what's happening. Kappa Corporation, the only way they sort of get back into this game is through like the farming of Geo and Yokai, sort of getting themselves up to a point where the members of Sometimes on Time have to be scared of their damage. Yokai's 2 levels down? Geo's 1 level down. Like, there's really not going to be a point that sometimes on time is going to be scared of their damage until the entire map is level 20, full build, and that's
And
so far from now.
And speaking of level 20, Wolven is there at the 19-minute and 30-second mark. This man is level 20, as now sometimes on time, stepping up to this Oni Fury, looking to try and get it. They do have to worry about this Thoth of Geo, though, as he is lurking in the midst, wanting to try and steal us away. Pugsley is here, though, on the Bastet, looking for a way to use this Huntress of Bass to pull someone in. Leroy trapped by the Nenes, has nowhere to go, almost losing his life. Whirlwind is going to be able to get a set of bees, not be able to pull anyone in. Sometimes on time, health bars are not looking good. The Windfire wheels, Pugsley will go down.
And TFC's just showing up.
And now Athena is back, taunting Gray Polar Bear back into the fight. TFC might have been late, might be here, but he's just not enough, just not in range, cannot get the job done, and he will fall. 3 kills going the way of Kappa Corp.
What a blunder from sometimes on time. They know TFC's not there, and they know he's one of the stronger members on their team, and they willingly take a 5v4 and then, just die. And then TFC, instead of rotating over on the portal with his teammate, he decides to back and teleport to the tier 1 to come in with the power spike, which is smart if your team waits for you to come back with that power spike. It's just a big, massive blunder that was an easy fix to make. You just either wait for TFC or TFC comes earlier.
Yeah, just one of those situations where you just didn't get your rotation on time, and it cost you and your team everything, as that lead that you had was shrunk down to 5,000 now, or 4,000 now. And it's just one of those things like, yes, you're still firmly in the lead, firmly in the driver's seat, but for some reason you started turning the wrong direction there for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, the lead is big, but it was bigger, and they lost the last fight. You know what I mean? Like that's the part that matters, is they lost the last engagement with a bigger lead than they have now. So it only is, downhill from here if you're sometimes on time.
And now the Whirlwind is going to pull them back in. Going to get the beats off of Pugsley. And Geo is in trouble, going down to 1. Gonna get blown up, and so will Leroy. 2 kills going the way of sometimes on time. And now they're going to be able to melt this Pyromancer so quickly. They're going to look towards the Fire Giant, having this double ADC comp. But Yokai splitting going towards Phoenix, as Loshak will fall. 3 fallen on the side of Kappa Corp. Fire Giant is started up. Double ADC is just melting it, as it is going to go down. Pugsley defending off Yokai to stop him from going after the bird, trying to chase him down. Fire Giant will fall. Sometimes on time, going to be able to get it. Nike fighting the Naja in the mid lane over this beacon.
Thor's taking a lot of damage.
Taking a lot of damage, and he's going to be able to blink out. We go to Pugsley and to Yokai as he's still chasing him, but he's finally going to be able to get out. Too quick, too speedy for the kitty. And now on the flip side, on the solo lane, the double ADCs have shredded through a tier 2 and now are deciding to back, buy their items, get set up. Thor's keeping Pugsley here. Pugsley just going to be able to jump over the wall, uses the Huntress of Bass, just trying to pull someone, just trying to stun someone, and is safely out of there.
And I mean, you see them get 3 kills, you see them get the Fire Giant, you see them stop the split push, you see them get the beacon. It is all sometimes on time. They are not late today. They have really cooked this game. And I mean, we haven't seen this in any game. It's like them being so far ahead so early into the game. It's a breath of fresh air for all of us, I think. But it's also like where has this been? You know, this is sometimes some time we saw throughout the entire regular season.
Yeah, and they've shown up on this game number 3, shown that they want Whirlwind of Steel pulling in Great Polar Bear, but that Watery Grave gonna keep himself alive, keep himself safe. Leroy going to get blown up, and so is Loshak going down to a quarter HP, and Loshak is gonna meet his maker after getting pulled in by the Kuzenbo. Woven on a rampage, 5-0 this game. Hunter Sebas pulls in Geo, he is gone, double kill for Woven, and now they're going to push in on this mid-bird. Fire Giant in hand. The kitty is gonna tank. Windfire Wheels off the mark. Thor's is gone. Deleted. Triple kill for Woven. Now, bird down, going for the Titan. Woven wanting more, wanting this Quadra, but the Yokai too quick, too fast in that Whirlpool form. Gonna back out, gonna go for the tier 2 on the duo side. Sometimes on time is here, is on time and doing work this game.
And having the the wherewithal to not go for the end there. After 2 55-minute back and forth games, you have this 10k gold lead, 3 people down. You're probably seeing red. Like if I'm playing, I'm seeing red. I'm seeing the Titan and I'm like, this thing's gotta die. Now we are not doing this again. But them having the wherewithal to sort of calm themselves down, they get the middle bird, they get the damaged, bleeding tier 2 tower on the left, they get themselves the Fury, and they back off for their spikes and spend this 12,000 gold lead that they have now, and to put themselves in such a good spot to win the rest of the game. Definitely just heads up discipline from sometimes on time.
Yeah, just one of those things. If you still had the minion wave, you make that end call, you go for it. But with that minion wave being gone, just knowing that they would not have the damage, would not have the ability to tank that Titan and put it down, a great plan to back out, knowing that Fire Giant's going to be spawning again in a minute 30, and that you have Primal Fury up that they had just gotten. Now you're getting Pyromancer, you're getting more bombs. You cannot be complaining, especially when every single person on your team is level 20 other than your Kuzen bro.
Full starters upgrade on the size of sometimes on time. You have 3 starters on the side of Kappa Corporation upgraded. That's not terrible. You know, Spartan Flag, Gem of Focus, and the Mace are like the big upgrades. But this is the problem with this Mannequin's Mace Charybdis build, is that the big ups to it is that you get ahead early and you get this Mace on before everyone else gets their starter online, and we saw that work in game 2. But the spike between Death's Temper and Mannequin's Mace is so largely in Death's Temper's favor that this Mannequin's Mace isn't really even a spike for the Charybdis.
You know, I think one of the main issues for Kappa Corp right now is Athena, yes, being one of the best supports in the game, is really just struggles into this sometimes on time squad that they have drafted, having so much CC to disrupt her dash, so many ways to pull her back in. She's just food. She's just feeding the enemy team, and we're going to see that again as Woven's going to find another kill onto Gleroy here.
And Gleroy going down means the rest of Kappa Corporation have to get out of Dodge, or they're going to be next. And I mean, this is like a tough call to make in Smite. It's like you're so far behind that this fire sort of takes you out of the game. But also walking up and dying to the people taking the fire is also a curtains for you as well. So it's a tough call to make. And looks like Kappa Corporations, you know, they're confident in their siege defense. They're going to elect to give it up. And if they're going to win, it's going to be under this right side Phoenix or even in the Titan pit. It's looking grim. It's looking grim.
They're gonna try and defend this solo side bird. Pugsley looking for something in the mid lane off it, and that bird is going to get deleted fast. No ADCs on it, but it is gonna go down once the Neath gets there. Loshak gonna go down, and Woven is divided here, 9-0, looking for more. Pugsley gonna knock back down the mid lane bird as two birds have fallen, and now they walk towards the duo bird, and it is going down quickly with this double ADC. Thor's not going to be able to find the mark with the Woodfire Wheels. Pulled back in by the hundreds of paths. The base is broken. Thor survives with a blink. And now the Titan getting ran down by the side of Sometimes on Time. It's down to half. Thor's trying to go in. TFC forced to jump out. The Titan is at a quarter. It's burning. It's melting. The ADCs aren't on it. They got forced off. They killed Great Polar Bear. It's at a quarter. It's at a sliver, and they've pushed them out of the Titan room.
Man, you cannot defend this Titan at this point. All sometimes on Time have to do is walk in there with this Nike, and that's exactly what they're gonna do.
Blinking in, gonna go for it. Pugsley jumping onto the Titan, and they will be able to secure it. Sometimes on Time taking game number 3 in dominant fashion, the fastest game this set at 30 minutes and 11 seconds.
And man, the average time of this set has gone down drastically from 55 minutes, down to somewhere around 40 minutes, man, because sometimes on Time they, for flavor, we could say they weren't on time for the first 2 games because, man, it looked like they were out of it. That was all them all game. What a dominant victory. And especially over Kappa, who have shown that, in the first 2 games that they were, neck and neck with this team, that these 2 teams were even, going 55 minutes back and forth. And then sometimes on Time, just out of nowhere, come up with a comp that's beautifully played, has a good mix of early game as well as mid game, trailing into the late game, and they just run them over on some of their best picks too.
Yeah, just a great play by Sometimes on Time there, able to bully Kappa Corporation in this game 3, able to use some strategy to be able to force in the side of Kappa Corporation and be able to pull them in constantly and have these ultimates just rain in and nowhere to go for Kappa Corporation. A great game by Sometimes on Time.
Alrighty, hello everyone. This is Cabbage here running production, now joining the cast as Chair 1. Unfortunately, it is incredibly late at night, and some people have work tomorrow, not naming any names, bloody lifetime. But my point being that I will be with you the rest of the night. This is going to be a little mellow cast as we head into the latter hours of the evening. And Divine Ape, it's been an absolutely incredible evening so far with two insanely close teams, and a matchup we weren't expecting to be as close as it is.
Yeah, I mean, even if, things go sometimes on time's way here and it's a 3-1, it does not tell the full story of the set. I think, I mean, Kappa taking their first game off of them is a big deal for the entire, first game of their entire season, but as well as Kappa putting up a fight like this is something that we all kind of didn't expect. So a pleasant surprise, nonetheless.
Yes, Kappa Corporation proving that gods do in fact bleed, taking the first hit on Sometimes on Time. The question now remains, of course, Ape, if they're able to do it again, if they're able to even up the set, or even in the end take the win entirely. And really, you could have gone hitless up to this point if you were Kappa Corporation as well. The whole point is that you're in finals here. You got to go 3-2 or 3-1 now if you are sometimes on time, because otherwise it's a loss, doesn't matter how hard you fought to get here.
Right, a game 5 after, we'll say, like 3.5 hours of play is a toss-up at that point. Does not matter how good either team is, it just who shows up for game 5 mentally, in my opinion. It looks like both teams are still in it, at least. I think I see a lot of good bans back and forth. I think Sobek, Kuzenbo have both shown that they're gods that are so tough to deal with getting picked out. Same with Odin and Hunbats as well.
Yes, the initiator supports it. It takes a lot of potential for fights to be started off the table, right? And it changes the dynamic, because anytime one of those supports is on the field, you always have to be ready for someone to get plucked, someone just to get yoinked, grabbed, and taken into the enemy team. Allowing your team to be able to fight maybe a little more based on your jungler's initiation, your solo laner's initiation, or at least just stop the instant fight starts that can happen because of those two picks.
And sometimes on time, still not letting Kappa get this Cthulhu through. I think they've banned it all 4 games
It's
so
a good
far,
god.
and for a good reason. Yeah, I think he's really strong right now. And Kappa banning out the Shablanque. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the strongest hunters right now, but sometimes on time, I've just picked the Shablanque every game, regardless of what hunters open. So I mean, take that off the table for him. It might come back to bite you, because they could just be like, well, I guess we'll take Hachi, man. You know?
We'll take the god that probably should be getting banned right now. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, you're
Yeah.
right. The X-Ball, by no means a bad god, X-Ball, but you're perfectly right that there's definitely better picks. And to my end comes the Hachi, like you said. I think last game you also said the Anhur. What comes to my mind as well is the Rama. Another god, though, that does get left open here is the Kukulkan. Going to be your first pickup here for sometimes on time. And I believe, Ape, this is the first game this Kukulkan is not banned away.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. They have banned Kukulkan every game. Kukulkan and Thoth have both been like the top bans, but Kukulkan is the first game he's getting through, and top picked for good reason. He's strong and he's easy, which are two things when combined, make for something so difficult to fight against, because it's like you have to execute so much better than the character playing Kukulkan to beat him, and it feels unfair. But I think uphill battle for Kappa, but still Jormungandr an incredible pick, and Thoth is still open. Ton of good junglers still open. I think Kappa can still get themselves in a good position here.
So the Jormungandr's a pick that, coming back, I was not expecting to be as popular as it is. I guess it might be just some of the changes that we had to Conduit and some of the gods that are good right now. Is there anything particular that I'm missing to why we're seeing this god getting picked right now?
I think Conduit's the big reason. I think behind Cthulhu, the reason Cthulhu is good is obviously because he works with Conduit so well and does so much damage in kit, with having 4 damaging abilities. Jormungandr does the same thing, but a little worse. So I think
We have Cthulhu at home.
Yes, yeah, he's sort of Cthulhu at home, and if Cthulhu's getting taken off the table every game, you should be picking the Jorm.
I'll just you take your next best option. Something though that we saw TFCSX play. That's a mouthful of a name, and it's also not updated in the. All right, never mind. TFCSX in the previous game. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Did get his hands on the Nike, and it was incredibly impactful. We saw the Jotun start give a lot of pressure over in that lane, and I believe this is going to be a different matchup than in the previous game. However, Yorm into Nike, do you think that one's going to go a little bit better for Kappa Corporation here?
It actually depends on how Jorm decides to play it. Like, it's really hard to interrupt. You can't interrupt Nike on Jorm. The knockup doesn't work on the rend, and your 2 doesn't disrupt it either. So what you have to do is you have to just be better at grouping up the wave and sort of clearing it. Also, Nike has a lot of kill potential on Jorm because she can proc his passive a lot. So I don't think it actually goes any better for Jorm in the lane. In fights, I think Jorm brings a lot of dive that Nike can't really deal with. She's not going to be peeling the carries. We also have to watch out because TFC stole the first blue buff and got the lead and never lost that lead throughout the entirety of the game. So I hope at least that Loshak doesn't make that same mistake again and sort of drags it behind his tower.
Yeah, Kappa Corporation definitely keeping their eyes peeled for that one. Not going to let that happen again, most certainly. We saw both of the ADCs get locked in here one after the other. Rama going in on the side of Sometimes on Time. This is a god that I've been waiting to see get picked up in this set. I think this god is extraordinarily strong right now, and going back to your point that you made on the Kukulkan, very easy to play. Not saying that these characters are bad and they need a crutch character, but saying that you have to think less about the character itself and playing the character, and more about how you're playing as a team, where you're positioning. And so it frees you up to think about other deeper, more important things. And the comp that I'm seeing here from Sometimes on Time, at least at these top three, is telling me that they're going to be incredibly simple to execute. It's all about how they're coordinating.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, if it comes down to who's coordinating better, the team that's completely undefeated throughout the regular season and Kappa Corporation, I think like we all know who kind of comes out on top there. I think Sometimes on Time has it put themselves in a really good spot to close this set out. But the Charon coming out last from Kappa.
Yeah, the Charon I think is a very strong god. And I know they removed the HP cap. Not that you're ever possibly gonna hit that, but the larger point being this god has been strong for quite a bit. They did put some decently heavy-handed nerfs on the god. Probably brought him a bit back in line. The reason you pick this god, correct me if I'm wrong here, Ape, is you do it as a way to help aid your backline when you're getting completely dove on, or if you're in a comp where you're running it down. It's a god of extremes.
Agreed. Yeah, that's exactly why you pick Charon. It's such an interesting god because he doesn't have like a huge like CC outside of like the ultimate. But it's a lot of tiny CC that kind of like adds up to a lot, and they're also all damaging abilities, which goes in line with your Jormungandr, your Thanatos, and your Charybdis, who are just going to be putting out. This team can put out so much damage so quickly, they can just run you over. And I think that's what, if you're Kappa Corporation, that's what you want, because you don't want to get stumped again, and you don't want to really go to that 50-minute coin toss at the first two games.
So here's another god that got some recent changes, although this time in a more positive direction. Terra getting picked up by Bathwater for... what am I saying here? I've got the team players all mixed up. Terra getting picked up for the team of Sometimes on Time, which Bathwater for Sale is on, so I wasn't completely off base. But I digress. God, a lot stronger early now. And looking at the rest of the team that surrounds this pick, I'm seeing a lot of potential for this ultimate to make some big value.
And I think big value is what Sometimes on Time are drafted. I mean, if you hit something like Spear of the Nine Winds, if you hit something like your Nike ultimate on a bunch of people, or Eset is hold that thought, because Eset's a huge last pick here. This guy lives or dies on execution. It feels like...
see, I think Thani lives or dies on execution, but that's
okay. Agreed. But it feels like if Eset misses like a core silence, like the guy feels kind of like just like hard to play. You know what I mean? Like it.
See, if you don't hit your abilities, the guy doesn't feel great. It's kind of sad, really. You see, with Cuckoo, you can miss your abilities, and the god actually still feels great because people just walk into them afterwards.
Rama, you only got to hit 2 out of 3 of those snipes. I feel like
you don't even have to hit the snipes. You just have to hold left click. That's why I love playing that god as an ADC. You do not have to think about the god at all. So
yeah. No, I mean, rounding out these drafts, it's so interesting because from Kappa Corporation, it's sort of like high execution, high ceiling. And for Sometimes on Time, it's like the complete opposite. It's like low execution, like middle ceiling.
Here.
Yeah, and honestly, 4 hours into a set, I'm going with low execution every time. I
You
think
make
like
a good point.
yeah, like it's I think that's an incredible. I don't know if that's like why they chose those gods in particular. Like I'm not on their comps, but I think either they're genius for picking like this low execution comp, or they've stumbled their way into an easy game where they can sort of like just focus on like where they're positioned and how they're going to execute their game plan.
Yeah, all eyes on the draft here of Sometimes on Time. They've got a lot of good picks under their belt. A lot of low skill floor. The question, of course, is just going to be whether or not they're able to execute on that as they head here into game number 4, potentially here, Abe, the final game of the set. The pick that we've really been looking at is this E-set. Seemingly came a little bit out of the blue at the tail end. Kappa Corporation pulling out some very curious picks.
Lots of curious picks. I do like the set here though. I think it into Nike Susanoo Terra dive. Something like Circle of Protections is exactly what you're looking for. Sort of live something like that. But it's paired with this Thanatos, which kind of feels like out of synergistic with that, as he wants to be diving as well. But you still have Karen and Jorm who can dive too. So it's a weird. If in a perfect world, Kappa Corporation has Jorm, Charon, and Thanatos diving, and then you have Eset, Charybdis in the backline peeling for themselves. And if that happens, then Sometimes on Time is going to have a bad time. But if it doesn't, they're going to have a good one. You know what I mean? Like, that's just kind of how it's going to go.
I guess the question then at that point, Ape, is who are you peeling off of you, right? So the people who would be diving on the side of Sometimes on Time look to be this Nike, the Susanoo, maybe the Terra as well. Do you think that the combination of the E-set and the safety of the Charybdis are going to be enough to get away from those?
No, you have to kill them. If you don't like instant kill them, they will kill you, and it won't be close. I don't think there's any sort of feeling Nike Terra with the spirit ball. Like, no thanks. But you have to Circle of Protections and put as much damage on them as possible. And that's the only way you live. It's sort of like the Zeus strategy, where it's like you're not getting out.
You just take as many of them as you can with you.
You take as many of them out with you as you can. That's how it has to.
Yeah, just do not put this E-set in a self-defense situation on top of that ultimate. It is not going to be a fun time here. So
yeah,
sort of a counter dive here from Kappa Corporation on top of a very strong dive as well. Again, it's a team that seems to have two very eclectic, seemingly two parts that cannot coexist.
Yeah, I couldn't put it better myself. It's like they shouldn't exist together, but because both teams did it, they coexist. That maybe I'm not making any sense because we're 4 hours in here, but like that's exactly sort of like what both teams have done, and it's like a beautifully yin and yang kind of.
It's so late that everything makes sense at this point. Well, and you have to figure, right, for the people playing as well, this kind of thing is probably affecting them too. And so that's right. Why we mentioned on the desk why we see this low execution comp coming from both sides. I think it's also why we see the pace of the game, at least for right now, a little bit slow. Part of it's the picks. I think both teams likely wanting to make it to that late game. I don't think either team really looking to run it down early, apart from maybe Kappa's duo lane. But I'm correct me if I'm wrong here, Ape. I'm expecting to see from this game, and potentially if we go to a game 5, both teams slow the pace of the game down drastically and go for whatever they know works. And that's likely going to be very technical or very simplistic.
No, I think you're right on the money with that one. Now, it's strange because I think the pace of the game is going to be slower. That means once we get towards the later stage of the game, the decision will happen quicker than 55 minutes. It's sort of like what both teams want is that 30 minutes to be as strong as they possibly can, and then someone wins. That's essentially like what they've drafted, and if unless one team comes up with a crazy lead through just like pure executing well, I think that's what we're gonna see here.
And again, we just come back to the execution, right? It's all about how these teams eventually play on these picks, and the execution threshold going to be much higher for Kappa Corporation here. So far, this Charon Charybdis dual lane isn't really getting the pressure you'd want out of a team that has access to the mannequins. Instead, First Blood going to happen over here on right. Thorse making great use of that early ultimate, level 6 here. Gets the kill on the Nike. Can't shield that one.
Yeah, it's something we really didn't get to talk about this Thanatos Nike matchup. Nike's such a good survival god because of how large the health shield is. Thanatos doesn't care. He'll execute you, regardless of how big that shield is. Executes only, care about what health your actual base health is at. So if you're Nike, you're always playing this game plan where, do I have to ult early so that I'm not an execute threshold? And that's the only time that Nike can die. So it definitely really well played for Kappa to see that this early and sort of start making Nike play that game of should I be ulting?
Careful here if you're Pugsley. Somehow you managed to get that Naga, but you trade half your HP for it. Is he going to stay here and left? Thorse has made his way over, but I doubt here, Ape, anything's really going to happen. Seemingly all the cards on the table, both teams know where the enemy is, unless someone makes maybe a little bit of an over-aggressive play. But I think we see here what you really want to see at this point. Both teams realize that any small change here is going to mean drastic consequences, just judging by how even things are.
Yeah, and things, even incredible. We're already a 1k gold lead for Kappa Corporation. Not going to mean too much, but I think with something like a Thanatos and you want your yokai to get that early levels as well, because that's kind of how he's played each game. Excuse me. This is good for Kappa Corporation if they want to keep their heads in the game, as well as keep themselves in this set. It's just this early lead, slowly stack it up. You're bullying every lane so far. You just have to keep the needle moving forward.
And honestly, I didn't even realize how fast this lead had accrued here. Hold that thought. Thorse hopping into the air, just looking to get the kill on to the Nike. Waiting for the jump to be used. Finds it, but no, not able to get the execute through. The shield doesn't matter. You have enough damage to chew through it anyways. Second spill of the game here for the Nike. That's where that Jotuns comes in. Not going to be super tanky.
And this is part of the reason why Guardians are so good in the solo lane right now, is because Conduit is so strong that it gives you all the damage you need. You don't need to go into a damage item first like, Nike needs to go into Jotuns. You just go Conduit and a breastplate near as tanky, and you deal as much damage that you need to in the first 10 minutes. So, super tough. Jormungandr with the lead's really scary. Thanatos with the lead's really scary, and that's going to make Eset and Charybdis have easier lanes because you have to be worried about those gods coming over to you.
Certainly. Well, especially considering we've seen that 2 out of the 3 times, right, these games are going to go very late. And so if you're able to get that early lead, you can at least give yourself as much possible advantage going into that hyper late game as possible, whether it's even getting 1 additional tower, just getting a little bit more of a foothold on the side of the map for wards, etc. It seems like being able to get that early lead, well, it might not snowball into a direct win, still is going to have positive effects.
Agreed. Yeah, I think we saw in game 1 or 2, we saw that Wolven was so far ahead that he was able to shift out of a crit build into a full power and pen and not lose any item slots in the process, which is so stuff like that really, it comes from the early stages of the game where he is, getting ahead. Thanatos ult forced out in the mid lane over here.
Yeah, just some aggression over at the camps. Nothing much other than an ult expended. I don't even see any relics being used there, so it looks like it is just Thani ult. Not going to be up, though, and that is crucial. You talked about this Thanatos getting active. A lot of visitations we've seen over to this Nike. 2, to be exact, actually. Both kills for the team affected by this Thanatos. Either way, this Thanatos not going to be able to be as active right now, and you can see Kappa Corporation, they know that. They're going to try to get aggressive elsewhere on the map. Wolven almost getting soloed out, has to pop up into the ultimate. The Charon is on the way. Great Polar Bears pop the ult, and he's standing around his Rama, but the forces of Kappa Corporation are here. Yokai pushing Wolven into the little crag here. And I don't think this Rama's long for this world here. Ape gonna fall, and Gary Polar Bear just gonna have to run away. Bathwater for sale coming over, but I think this Cuckoo rotation's gonna be a little bit late. Instead, Pugsley taking the 1v1 against Gayo here. The E-set getting its time to shine. Coming up on the better end of this trade. Misses the Spirit Orb. Is he gonna have anything here? No mana for the Sasana, but just barely enough to get out. See Thanatos nearby, doesn't have the ultimate, doesn't need the ultimate, gets the silence, misses the silence.
No!
But the Wing Gust is enough to do it. It's an extended engagement here, Ape. But Kappa Corporation, they find 2 kills, and they continue their dominance of this map.
Yeah, I mean, what a turn of events from Game 3, where sometimes on time was in a driver's seat the entire 30-minute game, just to be flipped on its head to where Kappa Corporation have had a crazy good early game. But we saw this game 2 as well, where, you know, Thor's was just going off on the Awilix, and it looked pretty unstoppable. But then they sort of didn't win the game fast enough. It got to the later stages of the game, and then that's where it kind of gets coin tossy. It just kind of, who wins the fight the latest, that happens. And that's not what Kappa Corporation want where. That's not where they want to be. If the game goes late, they want to win now, especially with guys like Thanatos and Jormungandr, who, you know, sort of can die so quickly in the later stages of the game.
Well, Kappa Corporation's jungler, certainly a Thorse to be reckoned with. And going into the late game between these two junglers, do you give a particular edge to either one over the other, or is it more of a difference in kind that can't really be quantified in a who's better?
I would say in most cases it's Susanoo, but the Thanatos execute is always something that you have to be worried about. I think
He's fighting.
Excuse me. Oh no.
Loshak is getting dove on by 2 people, but he's winning. They're just sitting in the 2 pools. This Jormungandr is just too big to fail. Loshak has just been able to run rampant on this right-hand side of the map. Attention from the jungler is not going to make a difference, and that opens up this left-hand side for Thorse to come right down on Wolf and on the Rama. Leroy is here. The silence is good, but the scythe is not. Kappa Corporation, they try to get active on left. Not quite able to get anything out of it, but we're just seeing this solo side is starting to fall apart for sometimes on time.
Yeah, solo side starting to fall apart. Also, I think that was a good try on the Rama. I just think you need to hit scythe and get him low enough, you know, into that execute range for there to be any sort of kill potential. But back to the point about Thanatos versus Susanoo late game. Susanoo is, you know, incredible late game in terms of just burst ability and being able to get out of the fight. Thanatos is all in, but the ability to kill someone instantly through the execute, I believe it gets up to 40%. Or maybe it's like high 30s at rank 5 at level 20. So nothing to scoff at. The character does fall off in damage late game, but in terms of the execute, that is always going to be useful.
Polar Bear is just kind of sitting there as Leroy misses his autos, but sometimes on time. They're showing willingness to stand around this beacon. You got 3 members here with a 4th on the way, but you got to watch out. Come from behind. Thorse starts a fight here. The River of Styx is going to crash right through, but it's a 3-man ultimate. No, just 1. Coming through from the Kukulkan. Thorse is forced to run away here as the Nike makes the rotation in. Still level 12 Nike, not something you want to mess with. Rama ults crashing in from the side, but no kills are going to drop as of yet. All this sound and fury signifying nothing. Sometimes on time, they surge forth, and it looks like they're going to take this beacon. No kills get dropped, but it's a tactical victory for sometimes on time.
Nike down, you know, 2 deaths obviously, and down a level, but still a Nike with Jotun's Wrath. They were chunking that Susanoo, man. Pugsley had to tuck tail and run very quickly, or he was gonna go down. It was very close to him dying, and you know, even though the Nike has had, you know, a really bad start, you know, to say the least, they're still having this impact, which kind of shows how good TFC is on this character and why, for the first 2 games, it was sort of banned against them. But if Kappa Corporation is going to play this playstyle where they are going to shut down solo, I'd like to see her, you know, like a little more shut down than what it looks like in these fights.
Yeah, so far, Solo has managed to virtually claw back to even here, just a slight
Yeah.
gold discrepancy or so, but really nothing all that drastic. And even looking at the larger picture here, you're looking about a 2.4k gold lead for Kappa Corporation. You have a lead in the experience column as well, but it's not really enough to say either team is firmly ahead. And looking at both these teams going into late game, something's telling me we're going to be here a bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Something's telling me this isn't game 3 and it's game 1 and 2. This lead is sort of. I still believe that Kappa Corporation can snowball this lead from this spot, but they just haven't shown in the last couple of minutes. Hold that thought.
Pugsley's gone. Is Pugsley gone? Pugsley, yeah, okay, there we go. Pugsley's gone. Survived at basically no HP there, but finally gets executed. Don't know if that was entirely necessary for Thanatos, but I digress. Just caught out on the right-hand side. Kappa Corporation find another kill, but it's on to one of the least valuable members of Sometimes on Time. Though that does call attention to the fact that he was level 12.
Yeah, I mean, junglers being behind is one of the worst roles to feel behind in, because now the other roles are going to walk into the jungle and to your camps, and splitting feels even worse. Like, and Kukulkan needs help, obviously, and Seasonal can't show up to do it. So it's looking good for Kappa Corporation. Looks like they're going to go for Pyro here, which I think is a smart play. And if they are going to, snowball this game, or even just like win the game, earlier than what we've seen, this is what they have to keep doing.
Jormungandr just hops right in behind, takes care of that low health Kukulkan. We saw the poke from that E-set cause that entire chain of events to occur. Then he has to get up into the air. Low HP bars are inside of Kappa Corporation, but Sometimes on Time not able to finish any of them off. They stop the pull on the Pyromancer, might look to pull it themselves here, and a half health E-set is going to be the only one here to stop it. Does have ults.
Oh.
Pops the silence, gets the 2 on a Grey Polar Bear here. It looks like the members of Sometimes on Time are going to drop this, question mark, maybe, no, yes, okay. As Grey Polar Bear walks away, Kappa Corporation now have an opportunity maybe to pull it themselves. Are we just going to see the constant back and forth? Yes, we will. But Ape, this time I don't think Sometimes on Time is going to show face.
Yeah, we'd have to see a big whirlwind fly across the map to steal that or something. But yeah, it looks like Kappa Corporation is going to get that. And man,
bipolar shot calling.
Yeah. You saw like Bathwater for Sale step up to that Pyro and just get almost instant by Jorm. I mean, this conduit gem into breastplate into glad shield gives you so much damage, and you're so tanky that even the only character that should be able to kill you is Kukulkan, and he just instantly goes down. It did not matter.
Currently, about 17 minutes in, 6-0 kill lead here for Kappa Corporation, and that's netted them a 3.6k gold lead. And it's starting to show its effects are on the map. Haven't really seen too many neutral objectives get pulled, just that one Pyromancer so far. However, could see Kappa Corporation start to look for things. Always a problem when you have Kukulkan on the map, especially if your E-set's getting caught out like this. E-set not going to have the escape to get out. Geo gets isolated and killed. Geo, excuse me.
No, you're good. And remember when we talked about, what E-set can do if Seasonal gets on top of her? That's what it's going to look like most of the time. I just think that character doesn't have the tools to sort of get away. They have to be able to turn the damage onto them. They have to hit a big silence, underneath like a circle of protection. Just came out a little too late there, but I also think like if you are E-set in this scenario, I think it's okay to go down, because your Thanatos and your Drum are so far behind that pulling Susanoo away from them also has its own sort of benefits to your team.
Sometimes on Time try to take care of this Stygian beacon, but Kappa Corporation win the small skirmish, and on the back end looks like they might get it. Wolven is here though, and Geo is still on the way. Thorse is forced into the ultimate, and suddenly the fight's starting to turn a little bit south here for Kappa Corporation, but they got the beacon, they got what they came for. Are they going to stay for more? Looks like they won't. Instead, just going to back up, and I think, Ape, that is the right call.
All of Sometimes on Time standing in that tier 1 tower. That is not something you want to just like siege into at this point of the game. It really does not big enough. I think
Don't let
yeah,
the
you take
intrusive thoughts
yeah.
win. I saw you ulting Thani. I know you. I
Yeah.
know you wanted to.
He wanted it. Someone got into execute range in the tower.
Yes.
You know, you're just like, it's like
Tempting.
I could trade out
tempting.
here. Yeah.
I could get the kill. Put that one in the kill column. It'd look really
Yeah.
nice after the game.
This is something that's interesting about Thanatos in general. When you have a lead, there's a ton of times where it makes sense to trade out your life for a kill using the execute, but with your shutdown being so big right now, I don't think you ever want to until it gets like a little later. Maybe like people are already level 20 or something like that, because any trade is just in the person killing Thanatos' favor, to be honest.
And he is just that important. He's worth that much. I guess my man's moving up in the world. Well,
Yeah.
either way here, still going to be a bit before we see this Thani really start to become that fight linchpin that it can be over in the late game. Someone who's catapulting towards late game at incredible velocity right now is Bathwater for sale on this Kukulkan. Level 19 already. Wolven as well on this Rama. The backliners here of Sometimes on Time certainly getting the farm that they need to do damage. And honestly, despite their Sasana being behind, Pugsley still managed to make an impact, at least be in places where necessary, and cause the members of Kappa Corporation to have to react.
Yeah, I think the levels do tell a story. I mean, that extra XP on the carries has to be coming from Pugsley. Like I mean, him being 2 levels down and them being an equivalent of 2 levels up. I mean,
It's our farm.
yeah, yeah. Our farm in quotes is Longshot might be a little too far up here. You're gonna have to
Yeah,
spend
has
a
to
World
pop
Serpent.
the ultimate. Just gonna mosey on out. Nothing big here. You may continue.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Sometimes on Time is gonna pressure Pyro here. Obviously, it looks like they will. Good ultimate secure, and it looks like Kappa Corporation kind of wants to fight. I mean, spending the Karen ultimate, but not doing anything off of it. I guess they just wanted to see if they could steal it out.
Another ultimate getting forced out here. This seems to be a pattern. Sometimes on Time, they just grab one member of Kappa Corporation, force their ult out, move on to another, force their ult out. Look what it gets them there. It got them the Pyromancer, and looks like it might get them a T1 tower here. Instead, going to move over left. Do you think this is a Gold Fury call?
It would be a smart Gold Fury call, in my opinion. I think you have everyone here.
No cuckoo.
The only
ults.
person you're afraid of is Yokai, because you don't know exactly where they are, and you know they're level 20. But I don't think you're afraid of anyone else on Kappa Corporation as of right now.
Oh, half HP already on Loshak. Loshak getting incredibly low and dropped to the grayscale. This Yorm does not live for very long, despite being at a relatively decent level. It's just the level 20 carries here, Sometimes on Time, that are able to output so much damage here. This Gold Fury is merely an afterthought. Kappa Corporation, they're going to try and steal this away. You can see Gale lining up for it, but Kukulkan ult comes back just in time. Not necessary to secure, but gets some good damage on Yokai to boot. Wolven just trying to poke out the members of Kappa Corporation, and Kappa Corporation realize they cannot dive into the members of Sometime on Time right now. Thors hops up into the ultimate. He's looking for the kill on the Nike, wants to trade it out, but realizes that the Nike might have the jump up, might have safety in numbers. Going to back up. So that's an ult forced out for pretty much nothing, alongside what? A Pyromancer and a Gold Fury for Sometimes on Time. Oh, and a kill into the Yorn. Why not?
Yeah, and you blink. Well, Sometimes on Time is, you know, incredibly behind, and then they've caught up. I mean, it's happened in a couple games so far. This said, I'm still amazed at how good they are at getting back into the game for a team that, you know, typically winning, you know, these games. I've only dropped one game the entire season, and it was this set, if you remember, 2 hours ago, game 2. but yeah, it amazes me how well from behind they play, and it just shows like the cohesion between the team themselves.
Yes, it's always my opinion that if you can pull a lead, you can make a comeback. Now, making a comeback in a game like Smite is a lot harder than in some other games when being behind doesn't necessarily put you in a more difficult position to get back in, right? And so, as you were saying, it shows just an incredible testament to the teamwork here sometimes on time to be able to work together to make this comeback happen, but you got to be careful not to get caught out. Great Polar Bear is extraordinarily low. Bathwater is getting isolated by Thorth, but Geo falls in the back line as well. Looks like both mid laners likely to be traded out. Bathwater gets ulted by the Thanatos, who's trying to get away from this Susano. Instead turns the fight right back around. All the meanwhile, Yokai is going to finish off the Nike that was causing him so much trouble. It is 3 kills for 1. Kappa Corporation end up on the better end.
And that's why stealing, we'll say, taking or whatever your jungler's farm is really awful, because now this Thanatos is level 20 and can instantly kill Kukul Khan.
Put all your eggs in one basket.
What can Susanoo do about it? Absolutely nothing. I mean, he had the life advantage and ultimate advantage on the Thanatos during that fight, and it didn't matter. Thanatos killed him and healed to more HP than when he started the fight with Susanoo with. And then they're both looking at each other like, oh, I thought you were gonna kill him. Like what do you do now? And now Kappa Corporation back into dominance, spot after a little bit of a road stop. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say both hunters just ordering each other. Rare to see trades in the ADC lane. Typically, they're just all forgetting their farm and sort of walking back to their fountain. But man, Rama was getting really low there.
Well, again, no starter upgrade for Rama. It seems like in these games, Wolven has opted to try and finish out that last item before getting the starter upgrade, compared to Yokai, who already has that Mannequin's Mace.
Yeah, it can't be the play. I'm not gonna lie. Starters are so gold efficient and typically higher stats than most items that you really just want this tempered online, especially with how good it is right now.
Oh, Thor's is gonna go for the engagement there instead. Decides to back up. I guess Pugsley somehow able to escape the clutches of the Thani there. However, that pressure is going to open up this Pyromancer as the Susano struggles to make his way back into the game. Great Polar Bear, TFCSX, excuse me, I'm trying to pronounce that instead of focusing on the Pyromancer. Gets stolen away here by the ultimate of Bathwater for sale. That is the risk you run playing into this Kukul Khan. I believe they tried to contest Secure using ESET ult, but unfortunately for them, the Secure the Kukul Khan was just a little bit better.
Yeah, just a lot more damage, and it's directly on the target. I think if they hear the Spirit of Nine Winds there, they have to all drop, but it's hard on Pyro because you're all surrounding it. You have to drop it all at the same time. Just really, really tough to coordinate. But signs of what could potentially happen in the future. If something like that happens on an enhanced fire giant or even something like an Oni Fury,
okay, that's more acceptable.
Yeah, Kappa Corporation really have to tighten up on objective securing if they want to beat a Kukul Khan in general, but especially sometimes on time.
Yes, and even without the presence of this Kukul Khan ult, we unfortunately haven't been able to see Geo's ults on this ESET secure some of these objectives, whether it's the bigger ones like the Fury earlier, or whether it's the small ones like the Pyromancers. Looking to see what this ESET's able to do late. We've seen some poke from it, but do you think that it just hasn't hit its stride yet, or do you think we're starting to kind of move out of that window?
ESET definitely hits harder the later the game gets. I just think she scales really well. I don't really like the bobble route on the character. I think you have such good hard-hitting abilities that I would go something just way more damage on her rather than the 50% cooldown, because you are giving up something like a Soul Reaver or more pen, something of that nature that would just help you sort of destroy someone.
Calamitous Rod.
Yeah. All good examples that I like over Bobble here, but maybe having the ultimate up more is a good call. Maybe having the Spirit Ball up more for more stuns are also good calls. Definitely just an interesting play, something to look at, but I think interesting to say the least.
Well, the pace of the game is slowed down to a near crawl as both teams are basically just sitting in mid right now. Fighting over Jimmy seems to be really the only thing that teams have on their mind. Pyromancer not up yet. Primal Fury is. Fire Giant has been. But it looks to me, Ape, like we will not see a Fire Giant be pulled till, I could be wrong on this, till after the 30-minute mark, which would be quite impressive to see the first Fire Giant of the game be an EFG. That really just goes to show how even these teams have been throughout not only this game, but the entire set.
And it shows that both teams' heads are still in it. I think after, such long games and Kappa Corporation getting off to the start that they got off to, I wouldn't blame anyone on sometimes that time if they were like, well, we'll do better in game 5, but their heads are still in it. They've diminished the lead that Kappa Corporation got almost entirely at this point, and it's all going to come down to, this last, 20 minutes of the game, this EFG fight,
There it is.
this dance. Kappa Corporation secure the victory, which is insane, but it looks like sometimes on time want more.
Bathwater for sale's gonna fall. Sometimes one time wanted more, but more they will get. It's just not the more they were hoping for. More deaths and more of a deficit seem to be what is building up here. Sometimes on time lose their mid laner. They lose the Fury as well. Geo finally coming up big with the secure. Is that way back up already? Jeez.
Yeah, 50% cooldown is.
What?
Yeah, no, it's back. I actually don't know the or how low it is between major ultimates are all between
Right.
80, 90, 100, 110. I don't know where on the
Unfortunately,
the
I
scale it
can't pull it
falls.
up. The cooldown shows up as 0 if I do it. I will.
yeah. It's a good point. But yeah,
if I try and do that, I just get a yes, 0 cooldown. Anyways.
of course. But yeah, no, ult's gonna be up super fast. I'd like to see them use it offensively more, because if it's gonna be up that fast, you could use it offensively and secure the objective. But I think sticking to just securing the objective is fine. As
Kappa
Kappa Corporation get another one.
Yeah, they get the Pyromancer. Now Nike seems to be the target of aggression. Able to get off the Sentinels right now, and that's going to be enough to save the life of the solo laner. Sometimes on time, they're playing very dangerously. A lot of these times people get out on low HP. Pugsley trying to make a difference, but you can't pull the snake. Instead, just going to keep chasing down this Yorm. But the rest of the team is here on both sides, it seems. Geo is getting dove on, and the massive ultimate's just going to clip the snake on the back end of things. Great Polar Bear also chases down the mid laner. That's 2 kills, sometimes on time. Find an excellent angle of attack, and they manage to bisect the members of Kappa Corporation. They get 2 kills for their troubles. Do you think they look to the Fire Giant here?
It would be a risky call. I mean, obviously the big things you're worried about when taking a Fire Giant are going to be this E-set and this Jorm. Just the amount of disruption on those two characters is so annoying and tough to deal with. But
Guess who's dead?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so it would be a risky call still, because I do think if you get too low, Thanatos is there. Charon can stun the entire everyone and fear them all for a couple seconds. I think it's tough, but I do think they are gonna at least look for it and just make sure Kappa Corporation show up and just kind of see response time.
Oh, they're pulling it right now. The heat check is on for the members of Kappa Corporation. Yorm should be able to TP in, but it's going to be a bit before your Charon or your E-set are able to make landfall here. Bathwater gets completely caught out, though. Half HP up into the ultimate goes. The Thanatos coming in instead. That targets the Nike, realizing that this Yorm is just chasing down the Cuckoo. Has the kill already. No need for that Thani ultimate to come in. Instead, Thors trying to add a second one to this round of kills here. Just barely able to get out with his life is Pugsley. Great Polar Bear, I don't think you win that one. Kappa Corporation, they managed to get the EFG. Wolven tried to seal it away with the ultimate, but by using the ultimate might put himself in a bit of a bad spot. Charybdis is invisible on my screen. No idea where the ADC is. Finally appears on top of the map and going to chase down this T2 tower. It's a massive fight win here for Kappa Corporation. They might turn this into another Phoenix.
Yeah, and even though that's the first FG of the game, it is enhanced Fire Giant. These Phoenixes are going to go down way faster than bargained for, and look at that, they're already dead. And Dara might be out of position there. I thought they might have actually just go on her with no Phoenix
I thought they
there.
should go in there.
Yeah. It looks like they're gonna go for this middle tier 2 that's bleeding, and then
This might be 2 feet.
they're probably. I would say they're probably gonna back off. Yeah, I think from what
That's
I've seen in the rest of the set, I think just backing off, getting the Oni Fury, and then they're gonna see just 5. I mean, they do have full health bars. So I think that they could have went for it, but they've played pretty safe throughout the entire set. I think that's just
Better safe than sorry. Make sure that you're not throwing your entire lead off of Phoenix, because the last thing you'd want, especially with teams as close as this, is to give the other team a way back into the game.
Yeah.
34 minutes have elapsed here, Abe. 12-5 for Kappa Corporation and a staggering 12k gold lead. The experience basically non-existent at this point. The only actual difference here is 1 level for Gleroy over Grey Polar Bear. However, when we look at the builds, the important thing to note is that Kappa Corporation is fully kitted out on every single one of their members. Meanwhile, the only one who's fully 6-slotted on the side of Sometimes on Time is Wolven on this Rama. That is a lot of damage you're missing.
Agreed. A lot of damage and, rather, a lot of tankiness missing
True.
from
Very
the
true.
front line of Sometimes on Time. And if Kappa Corporation's got full damage and Sometimes on Time don't have full protections, that's where it starts to get scary. That's why this goal difference matters so much at this stage of the game. The Phoenixes aren't even going to tickle, Jormungandr at this point. How tanky he is, you know what I mean? They can engage at any point with his enhanced fire giant, and Sometimes on Time have to play this defense so well to be able to withstand it.
Gio's currently pushing up left. We've got about a minute 20 seconds left on the FG here, Abe. Sometimes on Time have to play an immaculate defense, exactly like you said. Kappa Corporation just looking to find the path of least resistance. We see a Raven Ward go up top, just trying to reveal as many enemy positions as they can. Are they going to push in with this wave? Seems
I'd like to
not. They're going to
see-
wait. Here's the River Styx. In it goes. It's going to hit 2, but a massive Kukulkan ult is going to hit 3 people, but the E-set ult goes down, and it's enough to keep them alive for just a little bit longer. Thors is getting run down. The Rama ult is not enough to finish off any of the kills. Not quite there. Pugsley is trying to make the difference now. Gio getting chased down by the jungler and the support, as well as the rest of the members of Sometimes on Time. This E-set running for dear life, but dear life, they will lose. Second Phoenix, though, all the meanwhile, I don't even know how I missed this,
No.
does go down.
Yeah, everything happens so fast. As soon as you see the River Styx come out from Charon, that's what they're initiating off of.
Yes.
So the
Very
Kukulkan,
telegraphed.
very telegraphed. I would have liked to see them initiate with Circle of Protections, and you could just put it in the Phoenix, sort of forces everyone to split off, and then you can pick and choose whether you initiate onto it or not, and it's not so telegraphed. Obviously tough to set up, and River Styx is a lot easier to sort of initiate off of, but it's also easier for Bathwater to hit a 4-man Spear of the 9 Winds. They know exactly where you're gonna walk, and it comes up huge. Kappa Corporation do get the Phoenix, and they only really lose Geo. However, 5-10 minutes from now, that Spear of the 9 Winds is just going to slaughter anyone that walks into it, and they're not going to get so lucky next time.
Yes, builds starting to be completed here for Sometimes on Time, and like you mentioned, now that Sometimes on Time is catching up, these abilities are going to start hitting harder. Kappa Corporation, they get the left Phoenix, still a Phoenix down, they're pushing waves in to right. But you can't give Sometimes on Time away back into things. Gleroy dying here would be one of those pathways. Instead, Kappa Corporation, they push the wave up on to the right Phoenix right as this Fire Giant spawns, and they're going to start it right away. But keep in mind here, Abe, they don't have the secure of Spirit of the 9 Winds. Instead, they're going to be very reliant on the ultimate from the E-set. Is the ultimate from the Rama going to be enough? No, Kappa Corporation, they managed to secure it. Ult does not even come out from the Kukulkan. It is an excellent circle of protections and an excellent burn from Kappa Corporation that's able to get that EFG. Now Loshak just trying to make it out with his life. Members of Sometimes on Time break off the chase to defend their Titan. and Ape. EFG once again around the belts of Kappa Corporation. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. What's the play?
I mean, you held Spirit of the Nine Winds from securing the EFG, like from trying to steal the EFG so that you can defend on your siege well. So, I mean, that's the play. I really think it's set up for Bathwater. He has hit a big ultimate here. It's 5 members strong with EFG. It's one of the hardest things in the game to defend against. But if there's a guy that can, it's Kukulkan, and if there's an ability that can, it's Spirit of the Nine Winds, and that's really what they're looking for. Is they need a big one, and he's proven that he knows how to do it. He waited for Charon to initiate, with the River Styx. I doubt they'll do it again, but if they do, he's ready. The reaction is on point, and that's what he's looking for again.
Oh no. Sometimes on time, caught completely unawares here. Kappa Corporation walk in uncontested to the right-hand Phoenix. Left Phoenix is spawning back up real soon, and you better bet here, Ape, that's when Kappa Corporation are going to pull the trigger on this offense and dive into this Phoenix. Try and take the Phoenix and possibly, Ape, even end the game here. Ultimate comes through from the Yorm and from the Charon, but Yokai is going to fall immediately off the back end. Once again, Kappa Corporation are forced to run back. It's 2 members down. The third goes down as well. Kappa Corporation surge out of their base. It's completely out of nowhere. Sometimes on time, they lose 4 members. Sometimes on time, they're pushing down Kappa Corporation. They might have just taken the game.
They have over 40 seconds to do this. They have so much time.
They have to defend
too.
Left Phoenix goes down.
World Serpent. I mean, Yatsusuno defending the Titan from dying, but the rest of them can do this. They have all the time in the world that they need. It's looking rough. I don't think they have the DPS for it. But
they're gonna try.
Doesn't mean they're not gonna try. Yeah. I mean, at least getting the middle Phoenix is nice. I mean, if Jorm goes down, there is a world where they just end here before anyone spawns, but I don't see that happening. But he has no World Serpent for a couple seconds.
Has to ult back to base, and Ape, it looks like they do want to try and end the game here. Ult comes out from Kukulkan. Loshak is just going to sit here, just a walking pile of DPS. Is he going to stall long enough for Yokai to get here? Yes, he will. Can Yokai defend? It is just an ADC in a dream, but the Thani is coming. The Thani is here. TFS is dead. And Wolven is likely shortly to follow. Hops into the ultimate, but that will only delay the inevitable. Gray Polar Bear has to dash away. They try to get to the counter end instead, only end up virtually sealing the deal here for Kappa Corporation. Ape, looks like we're going to game 5.
And like a force of nature, Kappa Corporation
hey,
come back.
Go. There we
they
go.
Come back, and they come back strong as well. I mean, it's similar to the game 3 that we saw from Sometimes on Time, where 70-80% of it was all them, all in the lead, and Kappa Corporation show that anything you can do, I can do better. And that's it's exact. Titans, Susuno can barely defend against these waves of minions. I mean, Thanatos surely is just gonna land on the Titan here and win it, but yeah, no, really strong play from Kappa Corporation.
Very strong play, and that strong play is going to even up the set here and take us and, I guess, the players even later into the evening. Excellent stuff coming out here from your Chaos side team. Looking forward here, wondering what our final game is going to look like for picks and bans, because we saw Kappa Corporation here pull out some very strange picks, some picks that we haven't seen in a while, stuff like the Eset, stuff like the Jormungandr, and stuff like the Charybdis. But they get the win with it into a comp that we honestly had thought was an absolute steal.
Yeah, and I could have said it better myself. I think that comp that was drafted up by Kappa Corporation, I looked it up and down, tried to find some sort of really good wheel there, and it looked like it was all Sometimes on Time's favor, but they lost. And to lose with such a good comp is also a big mental boom. It's like, what could you have picked better? Like where did you go wrong in your picks? It has to be somewhere in your play. And now you're like, oh well, if we ban Thanatos, we're giving Geo Thoth again. If we ban, this Jormungandr, we could potentially leave open Cthulhu Kuzumbo, which we know they're super comfortable on. Like, I think now, not only has Kappa opened the floodgates of what went wrong, they make it even harder for this game to draft against the Game 5 team.
Yes, draft is really going to be what it comes down to here, because we've seen that both these teams, when they're given stuff that they know how to play and can execute on well, they do it, right? And what we saw, in my opinion here, is we saw a game where the meta was the choice for the members of Sometimes on Time, and unfortunately, though those meta picks in and of themselves are good, the players just weren't quite able to jive with them as well as we know that they can. Something's gotta give, something's gotta give, something's gotta give. And we'll be giving gems to the winning team in a somewhat larger quantity than the team that gets second. But there's also some pride here between these two teams. Abe, it is Game 5 in what you described as, I think accurately, a barn burner between Kappa Corporation and Sometimes On Time. These two teams have gone the absolute distance. Every single game has, at the very least for most of it, been very close. So coming here into Game 5, someone's got to take the win.
Just imagine the look on my face at the end of Game 1 when I said barn burner, and I was like, "Oh, I get it now. This is what a barn burner is."
You were a naive
fool.
spring chicken. It was
Yeah.
very you poor summer child. You
Yeah,
had no
well, I mean-
idea the horrors that were in store for you. No, this
No
set has
clue.
been absolutely incredible because, and we were talking a bit about this kind of behind the scenes, but the fact that these games have been, yes, long, but long because the teams are incredibly evenly matched and playing well. It's not just one team trading stomps with each other, right? It's two teams that are going even, and no team comes ahead because they're just both playing at their utmost. No one's drastically throwing leads in crazy scenarios, and it makes each game an absolute treat to watch. And so I just want the people who played in the set, the people watching, to be able to appreciate that and feel that alongside us. But in the end here, someone's got to come out on top. 2-2 here. Coming into this, Sometimes On Time had not taken any game losses whatsoever. Finally, they take 2. Do you think they're going to take a third?
I think so. I was thinking about it during the break. I think, someone who likes patterns, Sometimes On Time won Game 1, lost Game 2, won Game 3, lost Game 4. Like, Game 5, I think Sometimes On Time is, it would feel nice in my brain if they took the Game 5. But also, I like Kappa winning it. I like the underdogs just sort of like, in their first game, 2 game losses, just make it the first set loss as well. I think both stories kind of I really like in my head. What's super interesting about these two teams is to kind of talk about games 1 and 2.
Oh boy.
Charybdis first pick. Forget what I was about to say. I think Charybdis first pick. Obviously, Yokai's been super, comfortable on it, but this is not, the number 1 character you could be picking right now. I think there's at least like 6 or 7 others.
Oh, gee, what? Sorry. Something was in my throat. Sorry about that.
Yeah, like a samurai is.
Certain, I think he uses a sword. I don't know what other
Yeah.
weapon he uses though.
Yeah, but even outside of hunters, like Thoth is still open. Like I think there's, you could have taken Nike away from. Is it Captain Cab again, or is it?
No, it's not. It's
Okay.
I full disclosure, I went off the first replay for the first match for rosters and then didn't check if there was an e-sub. Oops.
No, you're all good. I read it and got confused on it, right? But yeah.
I'm gonna gaslight you now. What do you mean? I don't see Captain Cab there.
Yeah, good point. I mean, who is that guy? I think that was days ago that we saw Captain Cab.
Honestly, yeah, it was yesterday that we saw Captain Cab actually.
No, it was. But as Best at Terra make a ton of sense for Sometimes On Time. Going back to what worked well for them in the game that they won. But an outward look in, games 1 and 2 were both 50-minute games where it felt kind of coin tossy and it went either way. And then games 3 and 4 were both super stompy. Game 3 for Sometimes On Time and game 4 for Kappa. So it feels like both these teams sort of have one-upped each other as the set goes on, while sort of like being like this 50-50 even, and it looks like they both improved. So I mean, I don't even know what to expect this game. I think we get a sneak peek with these top few picks.
Thing is, you say stompy and game 1 was 30 minutes. Or sorry, the first game that you listed as a stomp was 30 minutes. The second game you listed as a stomp was 40. So I think you're right though that both those games you had one team that was ahead for pretty much the entire time. But even then, in the games where one team is ahead, the other team is still able to find many avenues to fight their way back. So far, from both of these teams, I like what we're seeing. We're seeing the return of picks that both teams felt comfortable on and performed well on. Especially this Morgan Le Fay, which we have not seen since game 1. Game 1, what, 70k damage? Something ridiculous?
It was up there. It was either 70 or high 60s. It was
67, that was it. Yeah, either way, so much damage coming out from Bathwater on this Morgan Le Fay. Certainly happy to see it in their hands again. The question, of course, is whether or not the draft on the other side is going to allow for this pick to do what it did in game number 1.
And I don't know if I would have picked Morgan Le Fay into Charon Thanatos. Like I think like their dive is so good, and Morgan Le Fay does that. Where she does the worst is being dove onto. I just think like she has some forms of self peel that are really good, but once you get past those, she's like a squishy immobile mage. And I think the characters that abuse that the most are Charon Thanatos. So I think an interesting pick here, but just like we've seen before, if Morgan Le Fay is catching all the dive and the other 4 characters that sometimes on time do choose here, do the rest of the work, then Morgan Le Fay's done her job. So it's not all doom and gloom, and I don't hate it wholeheartedly. I just think it's a weird position to put yourself into game 5.
And it's incredible how much here, Ape, the mini meta has developed, because we're looking at a game where not only is Thoth not banned, Cuckoo's not banned, Hachi's not banned. None of them got picked. In fact, you do have 3 ADC bans. None of them are Hachi.
Yeah, and Cthulhu is banned. I was gonna say that all it's all kind of solo bans, which is interesting. Oh,
hold on!
This is the first time we're seeing Nut. We did see Nut banned.
This is the first time Nut is being casted on Animosity as well.
Nice. I mean, the final game of the season. What a fantastic time to pull her out. I don't know.
The first final set on stream. Like, what better way could you ask?
I don't know how comfortable Wolven can be on this god. I mean, she's so new, and I think she did get buffs recently, right? Because I think on release, the people were saying she was pretty weak on release. So I think she did receive some changes in her favor. But yeah, I mean, I think I talked so much about comfortability in games 3 and 4, and choosing the new god, I think is a little scary for my liking. But I don't hate it. I mean, balls to the wall. If you think that's the right play here, do it.
Well, we see Cuckoo up, and we say, nah, give me the Ra. Which I cannot tell if that is fatigue getting these teams or if they've got something cooking. Which that is another thing to note here, Ape. Do you think that both these teams are at the point where they're... Oh, hold on, that pick got swapped last minute. That's not actually a Kakullan. That is a Guan Yu. Let me correct that. They tricked me at the last second here. Okay, so that should change things a little bit here. But my point stands. Do we think that these picks that we're seeing, these picks that are not bad, but very much on the peripherals of the meta right now, do we think that the plan was premeditated to pick these up? Or do we think that both of these teams are being put in a scenario where they're saying, back against the wall, give me the Ra?
I think it's back against the wall, give me the Ra. I know Kappa played the Ra in semifinals, and Geo performed on it. I mean, Geo's performed on most guys that he's played today. So I think it is just back against the wall. Give me the Ra. I think Ra does have a decent matchup into Morgan Le Fay as well. I think a lot of the shenanigans that Morgan Le Fay is good at, like with poke and stuff, Ra can kind of just avoid by, clearing the wave and sort of 2ing away. I also think with the setup for the Thanatos, it is really good for Ra, but all of those things also apply to Kukulkan as well. Like I don't see why you would ever pick Ra over Kukulkan unless you are maybe in desperate need of healing in your composition, and maybe if you're against best at Terra, that's what you think you need. But I certainly don't agree. I also really like, since they picked Ra, picking something like Guan Yu that just dives the Ra incredibly easy. I think the Ra might just have a really tough time this game, and that's the question mark pick I think I have for this sort of entire draft in this game 5 is the Ra. I mean, it's going to come down to how well Geo performs on it, but I think Geo's been a good enough player throughout the entire set that they can still do it, even with like the negatives that I'm seeing with just looking at the comps.
So many moving pieces between these two teams as the Kappa Corporation comes in to bring the hammer down on Sometimes on Time for showing up late to work. Ape, we have seen some absolutely incredible games, both these teams going the distance. An incredible storyline of an underdog fighting the undefeated Titan, proving that gods do bleed, and possibly hoping to take one out themselves as we transition here, Ape, into the final Game 5 of Jotunheim Division. It's been an honor to be here with you tonight. Fortunately, Bloody could not stay the whole way with us, but it's going to be an excellent game to finish out the day.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I don't blame Bloody at all.
Andy's laughing at me.
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad. Come on, that wasn't that corny.
Yeah. I think he knew the corny joke was coming, Cabbage. I think...
Dude, I've been read. It's insane. I radiate the corniness through time and space.
And if Gio's got reads like that into the future, I think he'll have no problem piloting the Ra this game, to be honest. Like that character comes down so much to, hitting your snipes and really, guessing on the one, like in pre-firing. I think both those things are super important on that character in general.
We haven't really talked about specific synergy with the Ra, because Ra's a god that, at least from the times I usually see him picked, you want some kind of obvious setup for that Searing Pain, right? You're looking for something like a Neja, even something simple like an Atlas or an Ares, something where it's just a telegraphed, here's the guy, hit him. Really the only big setup I see here is the Charon.
I would agree. I mean, that or Thanatos Assault, but you typically don't want to initiate with Thanatos Assault because of the power of the execute, but if they're going to die anyway, then, it's fine. But yeah, the Charon and the Thanatos really are the only setup for the Searing Pain. So it's going to come down to how well he hits it, without the setup.
Just got to freehand the ultimates. Hit your shots. Yeah. And I assume then that's likely why you're here saying that this is a back against the wall, give me Ra. You think that Geo feels that he's on point, he can hit those shots right now. Might not need to, though. Thors comes over to left, Wolven trying to make his way out, and not going to have access to the dash anymore, but just that little bit of movement was enough to get this ADC safely out. Crucially here, Thors has been missing out on farm by staying in left.
Just hitting level 3 while Bested already level 3, and they're actually making their way over here as well.
They're on the ward.
To see if they can pull everything off, but yeah, Kappa Corporation, they know, and Bested will mosey on back to the mid lane. TFC is a little low.
Is the Guan gonna make it out alive? The heal at the last second. Gotta be careful here, Loshak tanking the wave. This is very dangerous between these two solo laners on a razor's edge right now. The Guan dashing through TFC, gets a little bit of damage. Thors is here though, and I don't think that TFC is going to be able to make a difference. First blood goes the way of Kappa Corporation here in game number 5.
And the first blood, that kind of momentum is huge in games like this. And if it's anything like games 3 and 4, the first blood sort of decided the game because that team sort of snowballed and then had a bit of a rocky road in the middle of the game, and then sort of came back and it finished it off. So big first blood and big start for Thor's and Thanatos. Really been a huge driving factor of the games that Kappa Corporation have won.
As we look into this early game, I'm not super familiar with how Nut performs. I know the ult is going to have a lot of team fight value, but my bigger question here is that looking at laning phase, do you think we see Thor start to make frequent visits to this left-hand side?
I think he should. I think Nuts. I haven't played Nut, but I have seen enough of the kit to know like how they work. You want to. The kit is sort of designed so that you use your only escape aggressively, because it resets your one sort of burst. So if Yokai notices, or if Gleroy notices that they're using that aggressively, then Thor should be here like on every wave, because that character really has no escape outside of that. His TFC goes down again. It really gets both ults, which is nice, but completely knocked out. But
Oh no! Pugsley finds the grab and the low shack. The dot is going to be enough. Is Pugsley able to make it out? Does have a little bit of mana. You can see Thor's just trying to line up the shot here. Instead, Pugsley gonna pop the blink. But the attention, the focus of this early game seems, funny enough, Ape, to have been over on right.
yeah, that is funny. I think if I'm looking at Nike and I'm looking at Guan Yu, I'm looking at gods that are just really tough to kill. I mean, Guan Yu did decide to go into from Bluestone into. It looks like he's gonna go into like. I'm literally losing the item in my brain, but he's not going right into breastplate, which is what you typically expect on a Guan Yu. So not as tanky as one might think. Same thing with Nike, not going into that Jotun's first, going, into. There's probably going to be a Runeforge hammer, or even a Blackthorn would be well. Any of the hammers work fine with her, but yeah, definitely interesting starts that aren't going to. Caduceus Club, yes, that's the one that I was thinking of. The one that helps with the healing, but yeah, interesting first start. Just he's not as tanky as he would be if he got breastplate, and that's why Thanatos is having such an easy time killing him, and why he's taking so much damage from the Nike.
So far, though, despite the early spills, Kappa Corporation only ahead by a little bit, sometimes on time. Still done a good job of keeping themselves in the game. Thors has to be careful here. Caught by Pugsley, trying to fight back, misses the scythe and getting chased down by the cat. Rest of the members of Sometimes on Time are here in force. You can see Great Polar Bear here just trying to set up, but instead, Kappa Corporation pull this purple buff. Sometimes on Time not able to steal it away. Like the tenacity from Pugsley on this best stat.
Yeah, it's been really good to watch. I thought Bestet wasn't a character that I particularly valued in the jungle. I just think they're pretty weak. But the way they've like poked out people and used Hunters of Mass to pull people out of position has been really impressive to watch, and a big reason why they've won. I believe it was game 3 where they played the Bestet and won. It was a big reason why they were able to sort of pull Kappa out of position and sort of win the game.
Oh no. Ultimate comes through from Thor's right as TFC uses the cavalry charge. Lying in wait. Unfortunately, for Sometimes on Time, they're going to keep falling behind over in that solo lane. That is going to spell problems. We saw what a Nike from behind was able to do in the previous few games. What about from ahead?
I mean, from ahead it would be insane. It's weird that they are prioritizing solo like this, but the Nike isn't building that Jotun's first that I think helps Nike do so much damage in the early game. Runeforge is no slouch in terms of damage. It's good. Any hard CC from the Nike, which is going to be her 2 or her 4 or her 3. So that clock because Cameron got the steal.
Yeah,
Beautifully
but
played,
does
but
he
he might
get
go
out with his
down.
life? Leroy has to pop the ultimate, doesn't have access to the dash, pops his relic, but 2 ultimates get thrown on top, and the ferryman is not going to be able to row his way out of that one.
Yeah, he was in deep waters with just a canoe, and he goes down to the likes of sometimes on time, and them getting those return kills is really going to help, like the mental boom of
Whoa.
being down 0-3 in the solo lane. Just forces him on him.
Geo just deletes Pugsley from the map here, and he's running down Bathwater here in the face of a Terra who has ultimate. Geo just showing no fear on this Raw, trying to cast the Morgan Le Fay, not quite going to be able to do it. Running away, is going to make it out with his life, but an excellent way to claw back the death there.
And it looked like Thorse was in a ton of trouble, like surrounded by 3 members, and then all of a sudden Geo just hits a snipe, no assistance at all,
Watch this
completely
drive.
annihilates. Yeah, and the first death outside of solo lane for sometimes on time, and that's just gonna help Thorse get even more ahead, and Geo get even more ahead, and in turn, Loshak's gonna have an easy time, keeping his lead up, and this is the kind of snowball that we want to see. if you're a Kappa Corporation fan who's trying to break the streak of sometimes on time.
I'm going to give you some credit here. You did say that Geo is going to have to freehand some of these ultimates, and
Yeah.
well, so far we're 1 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, with a start like this, it's really easy to get lost in like how it looks on paper. From the beginning, it looked like you picked Ra into Bastet Guan Yu Terra, who just kill that character so easily. But then Guan Yu gets off to a bad start, and Ra gets off to a really good one, and now it's looking like they need to do something quick. Interesting ult from the Nike, yeah.
Yeah, possibly was trying to coordinate with Thorse to ult in, but Thorse does not ult in there, as we can see by the blue diamond next to the character portrait, meaning that Kappa Corporation will lose out on the Nike ultimate. However, it does push the members of sometimes on time back, and that's really, I think, what the larger goal is here. Kappa Corporation want to bait sometimes on time into a fight, or just starve them out of farm. Thorse is getting just continuously pushed down. Bathwater is walking up, but Leroy's here with help from the Ra. Here comes a double ultimate, and no ability for the Morgan Le Fay to get out of this. There's some setup for your Ra ult. Not going to count as a free hand, but hey, 2 for 2.
I mean, like you're saying, the Charon's the only setup. I mean, that was the freest hit of his life. You know what I mean? The fear just lasts so long on that Charon ultimate, just making it so easy for Geo to get his 2nd kill of the game, and he's now 2 levels up on this Morgan Le Fay, and he's still farming while she's in the gray screen. It's getting even worse as the game continues to go on.
Continuing to get worse and continuing to get better if you're a Kappa Corporation fan. So looking then, as we continue on, Wolven is just still falling behind to this Charybdis and left. I think it really has to do with the duelist potential of this god. Wolven has to hop up into the ultimate and to wait out the Thanatos. Pops back to the ground, and that is another thing that this god does offer. Though you can't actually move in your ultimate, if you stall out long enough, you can get out. Thorse now, because he's forced to wait there, he stays up a little bit too long and ends up dying. The bait from sometimes on time is good, and they're continuing to punish Kappa Corporation for it. Leroy, next to fall your duo lane, is not feeling good right now.
Yeah, that's the application of Nutult that I didn't really think about. Like the self-banish, similar to Rama. I think you're like a sitting duck because you know where they're going to land, but you could wait out Thanatos ult, you could wait out Charon ult, you could wait out Charybdis ult. Like, it's such a good application to this team specifically. I wonder if that's what they saw when Wolven blocked the nut 3rd. But really, yeah, really good stuff.
Excellent stuff that, as the game continues, certainly going to benefit you in the long run. Beacon going to go relatively uncontested the way of Kappa Corporation. Things are really starting to look up for this team in this 5th and final game. However, if we actually look at the lead, despite what feels like map dominance from Kappa Corporation, their lead is really not that large, only about 500 gold, and they're actually behind in experience.
That's quite interesting because I think it was because the Nike rotated for so long. As you can see, I mean, TFC has hit 13 before Nike hit 13, which means he got all of the experience he lost by being 0-3 back while this Nike was getting the rotation. And what did Nike really get off that rotation? Nothing. I mean, I think that's one of the harder things to gauge in solo lane is when to rotate and for how long, because you can miss out on so much farms. Am I missing on a life here?
Low Shack just taken up and taken down, sometimes on time. They find a kill over in right, but on the other side, they lose their ADC. So it is just a trade on one side of the map for a pick on the other. Do you think either team comes out on top?
I actually think sometimes on time comes out on top there, interestingly enough. You'd think losing your ADC is more important than your solo laner, but at this stage in the game, Guan Yu is going to be way more menacing to the backline of Kappa Corporation than Nut is to, you know, the front line of them, if that makes sense. So I actually think Nut still being a level up and dying is going to be like a much bigger impact than the the Guan Yu, the Nike going down and Guan Yu being up. It looks like 2 levels now.
That is a lead that seemingly came out of nowhere, because
Yeah.
as far as I understand, this Guan has been getting ganked on cooldown.
Mm-hmm.
And Low Shack, unfortunately, just due to rotations not quite panning out and sometimes on time, seeming to win every fight so far that they've had all of their members at, it means that this Guan has actually been able to at least get some farm or get the benefit of alleviated pressure as this game goes on.
Yeah, I agree. And now it's looking scary for the back line of Kappa Corporation, because Guan Yu's gonna, back and get this magical defense online, and when he cavalry assaults at Raw Charybdis is gonna go into the whirlpool, and it's gonna be just Raw that he's looking at. So it's gonna be pretty tough to evade him at this point with him being this strong.
It looks like sometimes on time are aiming to pull this Pyromancer, but Ape, I don't think that they can do it right now. Your ADC's over and left, and you got low HP bars, and they are just going to back up. Something else to keep in mind here, right? No Cuckoo, no Thoth, means that you don't have any particularly strong secure other than the Raw. Solo kill, though, in left. Wolven ends up finally getting the better end of this Charybdis, a god who should be relatively safe when you're taking a 1v1 like that.
Yeah, so interesting for Charybdis to go down in a 1v1. I mean, Nut is a god that, is new, and we talked a lot about how Wolven might be uncomfortable playing the god. It's how comfortable is Yokai fighting a Nut at this point? It's probably only fought like 2 or 3.
That 2 levels down?
Yeah, they're 2 levels down, and they got soloed, so the Wolven's still getting more XP while they're at the gray screen, and this XP lead has gotten out of control.
Yes, things are really starting to turn around here. Sometimes on time, they prove that, hey, we fall behind, but just like we have in the previous couple of games, even though we fall behind, we're still able to put ourselves back in the game, doing so quite well here. And honestly here, Ape, I really wouldn't have it any other way. 6-6, 17 minutes in, virtually even, with the team that was behind being a little bit ahead right now. I really have no idea how this is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, Game 5 being just as back as forth as the first 4 games, it sounds crazy, but not what I expected. I really thought one team would come into this Game 5 hot and sort of, ready to perform, and it looks like both teams have, which is really exciting for us, honestly.
Now this game starts to slowly crawl itself to a standstill. Neutral objectives are going to become the next big focus for these two teams. Looks like the first neutral objective, the Stygian Beacon, going to be given firmly over to the loving arms of Kappa Corporation. Sometimes on time attempt to pull the next one, the Pyromancer, not going to end up getting it. Bathwater instead gets drumped on by Loshak, who's taken maybe a little bit more damage than he bargained for. Has to pop the bees in order to avoid the stun from the Guan Yu, but the damage from this Ra is spacing out the members of Sometimes on time. Loshak gets grabbed by the Bastet. Excellent ultimate from Pugsley. It's going to spell the death of the Soul Laner, spell the end of the engagement, and likely become a Pyromancer for Sometimes on time.
And where did Nike go? Man, I'm not just talking about in that fight in particular. I mean, in general, there's such a dominant start to the game. To be the only dying, member of the fight is so tragic. To be honest, 2 levels down, and doesn't look like it's going to get any better for them as the game goes on.
Thorst comes in, wants to try and make a steal attempt, has to instead hop into the ultimate, not going to make it. Pyromancer looks like it does go the way of the Ra, who was able to steal it away with an ultimate.
Yes.
So you do trade out your life for the Pyromancer. Do you think that's worth it?
At this stage of the game, no, because now their solo and jungler are both down 2 levels, and I mean, Geo's up
And
2 levels,
ADC.
which is fantastic. Yeah, and ADC, for that matter. Geo's up to 2 levels, which is nice, but I don't think it's enough. Unless he, steals the next 2-3 objectives in a row, which isn't out of the picture, but it is far-fetched. It's just looking all, sometimes on time. We really need to see some big stuff from Geo, and it's got to be, in the next fight or two, or this will just get too out of hand.
I want to take a quick look over at the builds here, because there's a small something that caught my eye, and that's actually the erosion that gets picked up here by the Terra. I understand the reasoning behind the pick into the Nike and also into the shields of the Charon. Getting a second item here, do you think that Great Polar Bear might have wanted to wait on this?
Yes, I think if I'm Great Polar Bear, I'm waiting until 3rd or 4th item and just, getting like Eldritch Dagger and more defense online sooner. But I think you 100% build the erosion. So maybe if I'm thinking about what item I build second and I'm in between a couple, I think building the erosion's fine because you're going to build it at some point. But I probably would have just went Eldritch Dagger first.
Both teams grouping now around the Gold Fury. Blink comes in. Geo is completely separated from the rest of his team, and the River Styx is not enough to save him. The damage is decent in the area around him, but the rest of his team is not enough to supplement it. It's a 3-man ultimate from Thorst, but Thorst is just too far behind for it to make a difference. Sometimes on time is ramping up the pressure. They get a kill onto the Soul Laner. They get a kill onto the mid laner. They walk back to this Gold Fury ape. I think Sometimes on time have finally broken the mold in this game.
Yeah, and they figured out that if you kill the only member of the enemy team that's doing well, it's really easy to win the rest of the fight. I mean,
No way.
Geo goes down so fast in the insane amount of dive that I figured Ra would be under the pressure of. And then
50%
what can the rest of Kappa Corporation do? Thorst hits a huge ultimate, kudos to him. Doesn't execute a single person and doesn't have the damage to finish any of those kills. It's Sometimes on time get away with murder and get a gold free out of it.
60% CDR on Guan seems like something that should not be allowed.
Yeah, I mean, this character is... Guan's a character that's always going to be good because his 3 is really good and his ult is really good. But anytime you can get like a ton of cooldown and then like your heal is really good on top of the amount of burst damage and the slow from the 2, this character is just like, if Conduit wasn't as strong as it is right now, and this game we saw 5 solo laners banned, so if you count Kuzenbo. So I mean, like, Guan is probably like, in that 5th, 6th slot of best solo laner. But it's like, if Conduit wasn't as strong right now, he would easily be like the top guy. I think him or Odin come to mind.
I think we would be very, oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, yeah, we are very lucky that the old, now I'm forgetting the hoop things, the hoop like the healing earrings.
Oh,
yeah.
the flower.
Yeah. I forget what they're called. Anyways, the point being, we're very lucky that those are not what they used to be. As I'm
Yeah.
assuming we'd see Guan in pretty much every game, 100%
No.
pick ban, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Pyromancer going to go the way of sometimes on time. And the fact that we can have these conversations whilst what's going on screen happens just goes to show how sometimes on time has really started to leverage this lead in a way that Kappa Corporation has felt that they just physically cannot fight back into, which is a very different kind of lead than one where they're just constantly running you down. It feels like here, Kappa Corporation is just completely starved and limited of options.
Speaking of run down, Yokai is a little too deep in the left side jungle, and I don't think they make it out of this.
Possibly. Ult gonna come through here up top from Nut. That is going to be enough to finish off the kill. That is another benefit that this god offers, because honestly, I think the Charybdis might actually just get out there if that ultimate does not come through. Huge damage coming through from Geo, but it's not enough. Again, 2 members fall. This time it's the entirety of your dual lane. Sometimes on time, they pick up those 2. I think they're working their way towards fire.
Fire's the right call here, and I got to put some respect on Woman's name. I saw the nut and immediately they're unfamiliar, but he has proven that he knows exactly what they're doing. Pulls out a double kill that engagement, and a beautiful ultimate to secure the Charybdis kill. I don't think there's many other gods that get that kill outside of maybe like Rama with the snipes.
Misses on the scythe there, has to hop up in the ultimate, does finally though get the execute, but do you make it out alive? I think the chances are no, you do not, but crucially, stalling out the pull on this fire giant. Double ultimates come through from both of the frontliners. Trying to chase down this Nike. Gonna get the root, and the damage from the rest of the team is good to finish off your solo lane opponent. Sometimes on time, now work their way back towards the fire giant. And hey, all 4 people get hit by the ultimate from Kara. Not really gonna make an actual difference there, but still rather comical. Kappa Corporation, now they have a choice. They have Ra with ultimate. They have 2 other members up. Do they push in left, try and get some farm in the Fury? Do they try to steal fire? Ape, I think we can pretty obviously see what their call is.
Right, I think they make the right call here, and they choose not to contest this fire giant. Like, literally best case scenario
Juan
is
has ult
walk
back up already?
Yeah, and he would have used it if he saw Geo walk anywhere near that fire giant. Best case scenario is you trade 2 lives and you searing pain the fire giant and steal it and get it on 0 people and stall the game another 10-15 minutes. I think just getting your farm where you can and getting this Primal Fury is the much better play. And just sticking to your like siege defenses.
Kappa Corporation started out strong here in game number 5, but sometimes on time. There's a reason that they went undefeated up until finals here, and they've proven themselves so dominant. It's because they know the ins and outs of how to play from every point, ahead, behind, wherever they are. So that veteranship and that experience, that consistency, is currently getting sometimes on time a lead here in game number 5. However, we've seen Kappa Corporation be able to make these Titans bleed twice so far. They could still do it a 3rd time. First up, defense at a T2.
I think this is the point where you're able to defend tier 2s. You're not too far behind that they can sort of just like jump into you in a tower, and it's not enhanced fire giant where they could shred the tower without minions in it. So it's a good defense. I don't think you spend everything here, but I don't think you give anything up. sustain from both teams is so strong with raw healing and beautiful jumping from Nike. But with the raw healing and the Guan Yu healing, it looks like almost nothing's happening back and forth here.
Apologies, I just realized my mic was muted because I was sneezing. Anyway, moving back into the game here, Kappa Corporation, they continue a defense around the T2, and Ape, you mentioned it earlier, this T2 is something that you feel okay defending, but in a situation like this, is it really worth your life? It is a fighting retreat, a rear guard action here by Sometimes on Time, and the raw ultimate from all the way downtown in the Phoenix comes through and deletes Bathwater for sale. It's 2 members down, and Geo is showing up when it matters for his team. The rest of the members are running it down and left. It's a shutdown onto Wolven. TFC looking to be the next to fall. This might end up being a deicide here in the favor of Sometimes on Time, and it looks like it will be. Ape, miracle defense comes through from Kappa Corporation. No Fire Giant on deck. What's the play?
I mean, the play is for everyone else to farm up. I mean, for this entire game, we were talking about how Geo is in the best spot of anyone on his team to sort of, put this on his back, and that's exactly what he does. I mean, sometimes on Time just stepped away from their game plan. They know Geo is the main should be their main focus at this point. And they sort of do this little dance, which gives Ra infinite time to sustain his team, and infinite time to line up a beautiful searing pain that just like shuts down everything that Sometimes on Time wanted to do. They took their foot off the gas when all they needed to do was lock down Geo.
Kappa Corporation have shown now that they are perfectly happy with taking these defensive fights and turning them around on their head. And I think, like you mentioned, Geo has really been the linchpin for a lot of these fights that they've been in. Question going in the late game, of course, is going to be whether or not this Raw is able to stay safe. Leroy caught out by Pugsley. At some time without your Charon, FG's coming up in about a minute. Going to be a little close in order to get him here in time.
Right, I mean, you almost wish that was like the soul laner that can teleport in, on spawn or something like that. But no, Karen is going to have to spawn in 30 seconds, just about the same time as the fire, and then row his way all the way there. And during that time, Sometimes on Time is so much time, for lack of a better word, to set up for this next fire giant. And this is going to be the first EFG of the game, which... That was smart of them to take that gold fury, by the way. I don't think Kappa Corporation was in any position to deny that from them.
I didn't even notice it.
Yeah, I didn't notice it either until it was dead, and it just goes to show like the level that they're, sort of taking these objectives at. But even stepping up for Loshak here, is so scary.
Yeah, stepping up to an objective like that, it brings so many risks at this late a point in the game, because you know that at any second this game could just be over. And keep in mind here, right, we've had 1 Fire Giant fall. And if we look at the state things are currently in, I see simply that, well, Kappa Corporation is pretty much even with Sometimes on Time, and we're 31 minutes in, past where we ended in Game 3.
It was looking like all 5 members were going to jump on the Charon there. I was like, oh, Leroy has got to get himself out of there. Face another death at the hands of Sometimes on Time. And they're doing a really good job of zoning and just looking for something to happen and perhaps create enough space for them to start up the CFG.
They created space. This FG is open. Are they going to smack it, though? They've got Fireways pushing down mid. Someone has to go defend, and the choice is going to be Bathwater. All the meanwhile, look in left. You've got Waves pushing down that tower. It's a little more gold in the pockets of Sometimes on Time. Some defense also crucially. A time waster down as well. Kappa Corporation, their defense just becoming a little bit harder. But the fight around this FG has been going on for a couple minutes now. I think both teams rightly are realizing how much is at stake. One big mistake here could cost your team the tournament.
Right. and obviously for both players, it's a huge prize. But for sometimes on time, that's an undefeated set run at this point. They've lost games starting
Yes.
today, but yeah, they still go down undefeated in the entirety of their set played. Looks like they're starting up the Fire Giant. I think this is where things are going to start to get dicey. This is where you have to play super well to get things off.
Huge damage taken by Thors, but he's able to make it out alive, crucially. Ends up pulling the ult off of Pugsley as well, but still is going to have to rejoin the fight. That's a massive ultimate. We talked about in the previous game how useful that ultimate is from the Thanatos to the entirety of the team. Loshak pops the ultimate, not able to stay alive, but so much damage is coming through from this Raw. Just everyone in a straight line, but everyone in a straight line doesn't matter if they're all still alive. Kappa Corporation, they're going to lose their solo laner. They're looking for something on the back end, but with TFC back, I don't think that they can get it. Squan's going to back up, and they're going to walk a bit further away. Geo caught out yet again. Isolated. Pugsley almost gets the kill. Literally 1 HP. Literally 1 HP.
Oh, Geo.
Okay, Pugsley, you can literally say he lived on 1 HP. Okay? No one can take that away from you.
Yeah, I mean, Pugsley plays that perfect, hits all his damage, just 1 HP too little, I guess. I don't. It's so tragic.
Literally 1 HP.
That hurts. That hurts to watch.
It does not get any more literally real, completely true than that.
No, Geo!
This is the problem. You live on literally 1 HP, and Geo comes back, steals the FG away. You're happy dying now. You don't need to live on that. You're happy that you stole away an EFG for the members of Sometimes on Time. Who would... We're going to hear a lot from Pugsley now, aren't we? He lived on literally 1 HP, then stole fire. You got to be so upset.
That's so
Thors
rough.
continues. It's a 3-man silence as Kappa Corporation surge force Sometimes on Time, trying to get aggressive into the team with 4 alive, but 4 alive that had the EFG. And it's a massive ultimate from the side from Thors, along with some good damage from the rest of the team. Wolven is trying to get teleported to left, dies on his way over. Instead, that's just a free trip over towards an exposed Phoenix, and also the best Phoenix on the map. You've got your jungler, certainly able to do some good damage there. Tower in right as well. Charybdis eyeing that one down. We're staring down at least 1 Phoenix here.
Oh,
Are they ending?
They're ending. They're ending. They have 20 seconds at least of free time.
Whoa, okay.
Oh, Pugsley goes down. That is not a good look, and it looks like Sometimes on Time.
I don't think anyone's going to be able to come back and stop this from happening. Kappa Corporation, they find what they needed, which was a 1 HP survival from Geo, the linchpin of this team for the entirety of this game, keeping his team in it. He finds the steal off of the miracle survival. And that sometimes is all it takes, is just 1 HP that separates you from between life and death, taking advantage of it, pushing it as far as he can, bringing his team to victory. The Kappa Corporation are going to be Jotunheim finalists, finally taking the first games and set win off of Sometimes on Time, getting themselves a copious amount of gems in the process.
Cabbage, that game was decided by 1 HP.
It was.
That was the... You know, obviously, Geo utilized his entire health bar when he came back, whatever.
Of course.
But 1 HP was made the difference between
That's all it takes.
Kappa Corporation going down 3-2, you know, and having a valiant tournament run, to Kappa Corporation winning 3-2 and having the most insane upset of any team you know we've seen in this division ever. What a beautifully played game from Kappa Corporation. Just insane, you know, on both ends.
It's been an absolute treat to be able to watch this, and the fact that every game had so many ups and downs. Every game was filled with teams being behind and then coming back from behind and then going in on even fights, individual mechanical plays. The storyline throughout all of this has been absolutely incredible to follow. And to think that as we go through the set, we start drifting further and further away from what the traditional meta picks are. We end it all out with a Raw Snipe stealing EFG that eventually wins the team the game.
Wow. What I do like about this set is that everyone kind of had their time to shine. We saw games where Thor's dominated on the Willix. We saw Low Shark dominated on the Odin in the early games. We saw TFC Great Polar Bear play well. Everyone sort of had their moment to shine in every game, and then at the end of the day, Geo on the Raw shines the brightest and sort of took it all home in this final game 5.
Yes, and to be able to say that you work together as a team with every member pulling their weight not only shows that you still, even if you are the team that comes out on the losing end, you still learned and grew together, still able to put on one heck of a show. And I think it should also be noted that the fact that every team member pulled their weight is something to be proud of, because you're working together as a functioning team at that point. Well, I think it's been quite a while here. I know we're tired. The people at home probably are as well. I gotta be in the lab tomorrow morning, so I won't hold you all hostage here any longer than I have to. A big thank you to all of you out there for watching. A big thank you to all of the players. I want to offer a special thank you to Bloody Lifetime for coming here for the first 3 games. Unfortunately, couldn't stick with us all the way. And then for staying with us to the wee hours of the night, the Divine Ape, my co-caster here. Hope you had a good evening.
Thanks, you too. It was a pleasure. It really was.
Very happy that you feel that way. With that being said, thank you all out there for tuning in. We'll be at you once again tomorrow night around the same time with yet another best of 5. Can't promise it'll go all 5 games, and we'll have maybe some different voices on the cast. Spice things up a little bit. We'll see you there.